what types of opportunities you'll receive or benefits you'll receive. But it's not like you're not just sponsoring for today. You're sponsoring for anything we do throughout the entire year, and you only pay it once. So it's sort of a unique opportunity. And for the larger companies, this is, in my mind, an extremely good deal for some of the sponsorship opportunities that you might be used to. And then we also work with the universities who have hosted us for, the way they can become a sponsor is, space in kind. And I think it's important to note that for those of you that haven't been to the fall meeting, if you're able to make it this year, it's pretty rare to go to a conference that has, I think we had about 70 people in attendance last year and all day speakers, and it doesn't cost a dime for you. And the reason is because of our sponsors. So if you work for a company that might be interested in sponsoring, we welcome you. And for those of us, or for those sponsors that carry over from last year, we, as a board and a membership, would like to thank you. So do we have a slide in here, Brendan, for who our sponsors are? There you go. Thank you. So these are our current sponsors from the past year. I'm not going to read them all. It's not important they're important, but to go through and read each one. If you want to reach out to any of these companies and see companies or organizations and see if they felt like their sponsorship was valuable, I'd like to think that they would, since they've, believe, all recommitted. But you can hear about what they got out of it. It's really, in my mind, just a great opportunity to get your organization's name out there and to continue to grow your network. Now, it's a little hard on the spring meeting since we're virtual, but in the fall, whoever the president is, me or someone else, I'm certain will ask the sponsors in attendance to either stand or raise their hand and give you the opportunity as an attendee to just go talk to them, and certainly appropriate to thank them, since you don't have to pay anything. So thank you to all of our sponsors. Esri has historically spoken in the plenary, which is going to happen here shortly. So thanks to all of you. And these are some of the partner events that are not necessarily tied to GeoMUG, but Sue in particular, I think, and maybe Kayla do a great job of pulling together these local partner events within our region that might be of interest to you. And I believe most of these are either free or low cost. So take a look at these. Again, same as I said before, take a picture or a screen cap and see what interests you, and it's another way to get involved. And I don't think I missed anything, but if I did, or if anyone has any questions for me, then I'm all ears, willing to answer. And otherwise, I think I'm turning it directly over to Rachel. Does anyone have anything for me?
Actually, Scott, we are going to have a word from our sponsors for the
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. So
15
a couple
minutes.
minutes for each sponsor. So thank you. Do you have an order you want to go in, Brendan?
Sure. Let's go Esri, RouteSmart, UMBC, Temple, which is what I had on the agenda.
Okay. All right. So, Rachel, are you speaking on Esri's behalf?
Yep. Hey, everyone.
Hello.
I'm just trying to start my video there. Let me get my camera There we go. All right. Thanks, Scott and Brendan. Just a quick hello from Esri. Like Scott alluded to, I'll be giving a keynote here in a minute, so I'll keep this brief. But just wanted to emphasize what Scott was indicating, the importance of the community events that we host here in the Mid-Atlantic region. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Rachel Weeden. I'm the regional manager for Esri out of the Philadelphia office. And the team that I work with, we support all customers in the Northeast, so basically from Maryland, DC, up through Maine, and we're here to help you with, any sorts of ways that your organizations can use GIS. One thing I wanted to highlight just real briefly were some of the trends that we're seeing in the region, things that are really surfacing as important topics for GIS professionals, for organizations. So we all went through the same winter last few months, and so response to weather events has been something that's really just been popping up in a lot of conversations, and Esri has great solutions that help with winter weather operations. So organizations that are interested in both planning for and responding to weather events. Obviously, hurricane season is going to be upon us shortly here in the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast region, so that will kind of take the place of the snowfall, but similar solution patterns that we can support you with. Second trend that I would highlight is organizations that are interested in enterprise maturity, moving their ArcGIS enterprise and their supporting systems to be more aligned with their organizational best practices, and really setting GIS up to support systems across the organization, not just, kind of an isolated GIS. So that's something where Esri and our partners can really support, whether it's cloud migration or architecture or whatever it might be. And lastly, hitting on some things that are maybe more new frontiers, really strong interest from the region in terms of moving GIS indoors for facilities and space management, integrating with real time to get that, that digital twin experience for indoors facilities. That's probably the third thing that I think will be shaping a lot of the conversations that we're having this year. So be interested in chatting with some of you to see if those trends reflect what your organizations are looking for, and if you're not already in touch with a contact at Esri who can help answer questions you have, please just feel free to chat at me or message me directly, and I can help make sure that you have the right person at Esri to speak with. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. So who's going to speak for RouteSmart?
Well, I guess that's going to fall on me.
I was going to say, I thought that was you, Jason. Go ahead. I am here. I can pinch it if you want.
I was scrolling through the list to see who else was here. Good morning, everyone. Jason Fry here from RouteSmart. Obviously, my colleague Jess on the call as well. So happy to be here. Thanks for organizing, Scott and company. Always good to see so many people from such a wide range of GIS-centric businesses and both commercial and governmental. Rachel, thanks for your words. We will be in your office on Tuesday, so look forward to meeting with some of your folks there in Philadelphia. And a little later on, our colleague Caroline will be presenting specifically on how RouteSmart has migrated away from ArcGIS and to the ArcGIS Pro environment. So presenting that from the perspective of the experience for the user. So again, thanks for having us, and look forward to today's agenda. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jason. And Brendan, did you say we're going to UMBC or Temple next?
UMBC is next.
All right, UMBC, you're up. Is anyone on or muted? Let's see. All right, well, why don't we go to Temple, and then we can circle back and see if we can get UMBC. So will that be you, Jeremy? Oh, there you are.
That would be me.
Yeah, welcome.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks to the organizers for organizing this. My name is Jeremy Menace, and I'm a professor in the Department of Geography, Environment, and Urban Studies at Temple University. It's a pleasure for Temple University to act as a sponsor here and connect with all of you. The reason we do so is because, you know, we're in the business of educating our students and getting them into the workforce. We want to connect with people in the geospatial industry. We want to connect with other educators, and this is a great opportunity to do so. So it's a pleasure to be here. I want to take just a minute or two and tell you a little bit about our programs that we offer. If you're not familiar with Temple University, I'm sure many of you are, but it's a very large university in the city of Philadelphia. We have about 30,000 students. We have about 370,000 alumni. It's hard not to run into someone in Philadelphia who doesn't touch Temple University in some way. We were founded in 1884. In our department, we offer several professional science masters, one in geographic information systems, another in geospatial data science, and another in sustainability, which does employ a lot of geospatial techniques in it. We also offer 12 credit graduate certificates in all of those programs as well. I want to tell you that I think a lot of people don't understand that the courses and the content are not based on what some individual professor thinks is cool or that they happen to have experience with. Our programs are built on a lot of the expertise that they bring and the experience they bring, and really the content of the whole community that comes from things like the U.S. Department of Labor's Geospatial Technology Competency Model, information about becoming a GIS professional through the GIS Certification Institute, work on the GIS and technology body of knowledge developed by the University Consortium for Geographic Information Science. Our programs are built on this foundation that the community has developed in terms of what we think is most important and what employers, you know, what skills and competencies are most important to, you know, move our students and prepare them to enter the geospatial industry workforce. And we've done a pretty good job. We have a number of excellent professors. I'll mention Lee Hatchadorian, who is the assistant director for our programs as well. He's on sabbatical right now, having a great time, I'm sure. And I've been filling in for him this semester. But we have a number of wonderful professors that teach, you know, remote sensing, spatial databases, big spatial data. Of course, we're moving into teaching about GeoAI and a number of application areas like health, environment, urban GIS, and so on. And our students are getting great jobs, many of them with many of the companies represented here today. Both in industry, government agencies, nonprofits, we've been incredibly successful, and our students have been incredibly successful. And it's just such a pleasure to see them grow and become leaders in the geospatial industry. I'll leave you with that. I'll just say, if you're interested in more information, you're welcome to contact me. It's just jeremy.menace@temple.edu. Chiara Via is our program coordinator. And I see the contact information in the chat, so thanks for adding that. And Lee Hatchadorian, he'll be back with us beginning in July. He's also available as well. So thanks very much. I'm looking forward to a great day of presentations.
All right, thank you for that. And before I turn it over to Errol, our vice president, I want to say a couple more things. There are a lot of people involved in this organization that are not on the board, so I want to recognize them. It's not just the five of us. You know, it takes a village, as they say. And I would encourage everyone, if you haven't done this yet, to scroll through and see some names of people that are in attendance on this call. There are going to be many you know and probably many you don't. But we're well represented throughout the Mid-Atlantic here, which is exciting. And so I'm excited for the next two presenters, primarily because several several of them are my former coworkers. So we're going to start with Ms. Jick in Maryland, and if you could introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about you. Christina or Shelby? All right, I'm scrolling through and don't see them. Why don't we go ahead and go to Nick DePaula? Nick, I see you're on. Can you tell us a little bit about you and your organization? All right, I don't know if we're having technical issues or I know Nick's on, so let me see if he's muted.
So while you're doing that, everybody does have the ability to unmute themselves, but I will ask you to make sure you are muted and don't inadvertently unmute yourself. I try and be kind of a hawk and watch these things, but at this point, we're all pretty well versed in virtual meetings. So. Has anybody joined from UMBC?
I don't see Ron on here, but I'm not certain if he had a designee. And I also no longer see Nick. He was on here 10 minutes ago. So I don't know, maybe we circle back after the plenary and see if we've got UMBC representation and Ms. Chick and the GPN MAC, give them an opportunity to speak. It doesn't sound like anyone's on right now. So with that, Errol, I'll turn it over to you, and then we'll see if any of these folks have logged back on and give them an opportunity to speak, and then hand it over to Rachel. So it's all yours.
Great. Thanks, Scott. I appreciate that. Just one more announcement I wanted to make, and and that's in regards to our elections. So I do think, Brendan, I think we're gonna just put the ballot in the chat at some point. So we'll just ask for everybody, if you haven't done it already, I think leading up to this conference today, that vote ballot was inserted in some of the emails so that you could get a jump on that. But if you did not, you'll get the opportunity today to do that. So just be on the lookout for that, and we'll go ahead and close the voting at some point today and tally the votes up. So just wanted to plug that for our elections. Okay, so with that,
wait a minute. Hang on, Nick. It looks like he is now back in the.
Oh.
Now Nick is now back in. Nick, would you like to talk about your organization? Sorry, you just got back in the meeting. I see.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes,
No problem.
great. Thank you for the opportunity. I had to jump in my car to go to a client. I apologize for jumping off. So we have two big things coming up. I'm on the board for GPN MAC, formerly MAC URISA. And I believe on there I talked about our webinar coming up on the 6th related to GIS and accessibility with the recent ADA, the WSAG standards. I don't know how to say that acronym, by the way. I think it's the web compliance for accessibility. We have some great presentations coming up with that. Johns Hopkins is presenting, Esri as well, JMT, on just what's going on in that space and how to make your applications ADA compliance and also utilizing GIS tools in the field for ADA compliance. Also in October, we have our biannual conference coming up. We're excited because we switched venues this year. We formerly were at resorts, but we moved over to the Hard Rock, still in Atlantic City. It's a newer, it's been an upgraded facility. So please check out our website for details there. I think we're about to open up call for abstracts and registration. I know that sponsorships are available. So a lot of good information. I believe that's October 20th or 21st that week there. So those are the big things coming up on our end. And thanks again for the opportunity to make those announcements here.
Hey, Nick, it's Scott. I think it's okay and appropriate for you to mention your side gig, if you will, and your background in Next Gen 911 and such, just in case anybody wants to reach out to you directly.
I work at JMT. I have the director of digital transformation. I used to lead our GIS team, was the director of that for a few years. JMT has a large GIS staff supporting all types of projects. One of them was Next Gen 911. We did a lot of work in Pennsylvania with addressing updates and all, and continuing to support counties like Montgomery County on building out tools, web-based tools to help manage addresses. But yeah, we do a lot. My role now is moved more into applying technology and innovation across the AEC infrastructure lifecycle. So if you think about the engineering side of the house, we do a lot of projects from planning, construction, design, construction, all the way through to asset and facilities management. And you utilize the tools that are out there, simple tools even, like I would recommend that you all, if you're dealing with stuff like this or any reality capture, there's great tools like 360 cameras. You can use GoPros now to capture information for photogrammetry and process it to a 3D mesh. So we're looking at using those tools along with the very high-end tools like traditional LiDAR, terrestrial LiDAR, mobile, and all to really support our projects. But I would definitely recommend that anybody on this call who's looking to do things in that space, there's a lot of tools in your pocket. The iPad Pros have LiDAR sensors on them now that you can use with tools like Scaniverse to capture a 3D and then bring that into your GIS system. So I'll kind of pause there. But thanks, Scott, for letting me also plug that.
Yeah, it was mostly you missed one thing. I thought people should know that you're a volunteer firefighter, so you know it, you know it on the streets as well. That's what I was getting
yeah.
at.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, no
Sorry
worries.
about that.
But thanks for the
Sorry about
background. Appreciate it.
that. Yep, sounds good. Thanks.
Uh-huh.
All right. Thanks, Nick, for that. I think so. That closes our sponsor section. I don't know if anybody wanted to speak up from NBC. Know if anybody else jumped on. Hearing none.
Can
Oh,
I
go
just
ahead.
make one other
Yeah.
housekeeping announcement? We are recording this session. I don't know if I get recording. We do have breakout sessions later on in the day. I don't know if I'll get the second breakout session recording. But I will definitely get the main session. But I just wanted everybody to be aware that we are recording.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Thanks.
I've had speakers ask, for the recording so that they can go back and listen to their talk.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Brendan. Okay, we'll just move right along. We're a little ahead of schedule, which is not a bad thing. So we'll move into the plenary section. Rachel Weeden will be presenting the plenary, and she's representing Esri. As you heard, she spoke earlier and she was representing Esri in the sponsorship portion. So Rachel will be presenting on GIS in the AI era and how our work and our roles are evolving. So Rachel, I'll let you go ahead and get started.
I think, Cyril, I'm just confirming that I'm sharing the right screen. Things look good with the presentation.
You are.
All right, good. All right, I introduced myself earlier, so I'm glad to have the opportunity to share a bit of a longer set of content with you. And as I mentioned, my role is the regional manager for the Northeast region at Esri. And, we get to work with a lot of customers. My team is really focused on supporting state and local governments across the Northeast. And might not really be a surprise that this is a topic that comes up quite a bit. It seems like almost every conversation or presentation starts with the same 2 letters, AI, 3 letters, GIS maybe more important, but definitely a hot topic and something that a lot of folks are talking about. And what I've noticed, and one of the reasons why I wanted to give this presentation today, is that there are a lot of questions about how GIS will impact the work of the GIS professionals. So I wanted to, highlight some of the technology approaches that Esri is considering, but also make sure to orient a presentation that helps us as GIS professionals, the GIS community, really start to think about how this will shape the work that we do, and what our organizations are really going to expect that's different from GIS professionals. Because I think there are changes coming, and if I had to guess, I'm going to say that probably many of us can already feel that shift happening. So
Hey, Rachel,
starting with
just real quickly, you could probably drag, there's a little message at the bottom of your screen that says you're sharing and stop sharing. You can probably drag that. There you go. You're good.
Right, thank you. So just to start with a question here, if someone in your organization asked you, what does AI actually mean for GIS? Just think for a minute how you might answer that. And, from the conversations I have, I know that, a lot of you might think about the new tools or capabilities. Maybe you would think about how AI can enable new workflows. Maybe some of you think about policy and governance, and you think, well, what AI means for GIS is really dependent on my organization's AI policies. Maybe some of you think right away about automation and changing staffing needs and how that landscape will look in a matter of months or years. And I think all of those are really valid ways to think about how to answer that question. And in fact, in answering that question, it might even raise other questions. You might be thinking, well, if AI is going to start doing more work, more GIS work, then what happens to our role? How do we continue to emphasize the value that we bring to organizations and the value that we as GIS professionals bring? And the way I would answer that is really twofold. It's to first say that, yes, AI is going to change our work. It's going to automate parts of GIS work, most certainly. But I think that there's also a really great opportunity for it to increase the value of GIS professionals. So I think both things can be true. And, while that could be a little bit unsettling, just because it's change and, evolution, that could be hard sometimes, I think it's actually not a bad thing. If AI can help us spend less time doing some of the repetitive tasks that we have on our plates, then it will create more space for us to provide more value as GIS professionals and really elevate the work that we do. Elevate it in terms of being able to make sure that we're solving real world problems, we're asking better questions, we're engaging more with stakeholders across our organization. These are all things that will really lift us up as a profession and ultimately help the organizations that we serve. So I think if we handle this shift and this change intentionally, it can actually be a really positive moment for our industry and for the GIS professionals that support it. And I think that's something that we know from the way that we've supported organizations historically. We know that in government in particular, that's the industry I know the most, but I think this is true across the board. GIS has really never been just about the map. It's not just about the output, the apps. It's really about how GIS has helped organizations understand what's happening, understand where things are happening, what to do next, what the context shows them. We know that GIS is really there to help us see patterns and make better decisions. And, that could be across infrastructure or planning or public safety, whatever domain we apply it to. This is really, kind of the heart of GIS is that problem solving approach. And so, with that in mind, we know that the real value of GIS has never been just about running the task or just about producing the output. It's really about applying geography to help organizations solve real world problems. And that's going to continue to have value. That's not going to be eliminated, even as AI starts to make some parts of that work faster, quicker, or fully automated. It's not going to change that underlying value that GIS and geography provide. And so, in fact, as I said, it'll help expose where there's higher level work. Sometimes we get, kind of bogged down in some of the day-to-day tasks. There's a lot of, maintenance work that's involved for GIS professionals. So, I'm looking forward and seeing an opportunity for us to ask better questions, to dive deeper and understand what those real problems are, and, really help in a more effective way organizations act on what the data and what the GIS is telling us. So in that way, I do see the role of GIS professionals as evolving. I'll just wait for the dog to go on mute. That's all right. So in that way, we do see the role of GIS professionals evolving, but this is something that, we want to define a little bit more clearly in this presentation, is kind of what that evolution could look like. And I think a great starting point is really to think about how the concrete ways that we're already starting to see this impact. Because when I say our role is evolving, I don't just think of it in a kind of abstract way. I think there are actually very specific ways that this is already starting to show up. And one way that we can look at this in a more organized way is by looking at how AI is already exhibiting itself in the GIS tools, in the ArcGIS platform, and the workflows that are all around us. So we'll start here with just, an overview of how ArcGIS is being enhanced with AI. And I want to just quickly walk through three main ways. First, GeoAI. This is all around the science of the tools and models that are helping enhance the ways that we can approach analytics in GIS. Second, AI assistance. This is really around productivity and thinking about how do we improve our efficiency and access to GIS. And then third, we'll talk a bit more about AI agents. This is really around collaborating and thinking about GIS not just as a singular system, but really as a connected and collaborative system. So, underlying all of this, just like we have with other times where new capabilities have been brought into GIS, think about 3D or imagery or real-time. When we introduce new capabilities, we're also always thinking about kind of the underlying framework that can support this. So that AI can show up in, multiple products in multiple parts of the platform. Under the hood, what Esri's really working on is developing an AI framework. It's the collection of tools and models and large language models that will really light up AI capabilities in these three categories, really across the entire platform. So let's dive a bit deeper on these. I'll start at the beginning, and we'll just cover this briefly because I think it's the pattern that GIS professionals are most familiar with and maybe already using, and so just more familiar with this. And when I think about GeoAI, I really think about it as being all about solving the problem of what additional information can we extract from the data we already have. We have vector data, we have imagery, we have text. How do we wring out even more value from that, by applying more advanced spatial analytics and, various GeoAI workflows? That's really, I think, the heart of this. And so imagery is, definitely one of the more common data types that we apply AI workflows to. In workflows like feature extraction or change detection, those are things that I think are fairly familiar to us as GIS professionals. And there are a lot of ways that those models surface across our platform. They could be the pre-trained models that are available for you already in the Living Atlas, for example, or the ability to create and train your own models with Deep Learning Studio or Python. So GeoAI is already helping organizations get more value from their data. It's already helping them, get more from what they've already invested in. And I kind of break it up a little bit further. I think this is a good organizational thought to really challenge yourself and say, okay, am I getting the most out of this? Am I already, kind of exercising the GeoAI capabilities at my fingertips? So there are really two ways that I want you to think about applying GeoAI. The first is extracting data, and this really comes down to imagery data and how you can apply GeoAI tools for things that will help derive new insights from imagery. So, we know that when we look at imagery, aerial or oblique or street level imagery, we can see a lot from it. We can immediately see assets. We can immediately assess roof or building facade condition, for example. And so this is really all about training computers to do the same. But of course, they'll do it faster, they'll probably do it more efficiently, and if we train them well, they might even do it more accurately. So think about all the ways that we can derive new insights from our imagery data. I mentioned feature extraction. That's obviously very popular. So creating new features. And this really represents a path for organizations to develop new data sets faster, cheaper, more quickly than they have in the past. So a lot of organizations are looking at extracting from imagery to develop planimetrics, building footprints, assets, all that sort of stuff, versus maybe more traditional data collection methods. And, of course, we're not just collecting or extracting the assets from the imagery. We can actually assess them, assessing condition, whether that's, pavement or building condition, or more abstract things like code violations, for example. That's, again, a lot less expensive sometimes than traditional means of assessing condition. And, shifting a little bit from the built environment, looking at land classification to help us understand things about our natural environment. So I think about understanding tree canopy and impervious surface. Those are two data sets that are just increasingly critical, especially to governments, to help with the work that they do. And again, what better way to get that data, more frequently and have it more at your fingertips and more updated than to use GeoAI against imagery to do that. And naturally, we're going to want to use imagery to understand what's changed over time. So as organizations are doing more rapid or more frequent data collections, then that opens the door for us to be able to say, okay, I'm not waiting 3 years between my imagery collections. Maybe I'm getting them annually or more frequently. I can really dive deeper now and understand what's changed, whether that's development or erosion or storm damage or whatever it might be. That second category of GeoAI that I mentioned will shift from raster data more to vector data, and we'll think about the analysis, things like pattern detection and prediction that we can do. And again, this is something I think GIS professionals are fairly well versed in, and it's really answering the question, what can we learn from our data? So many organizations have been collecting and managing GIS data for years and decades at this point, and they have these vast stores of information. Crime data, 311 data, asset condition, information that just goes back years and years, and a lot of attribute information about that data. And so GeoAI and analytics can really help us apply advanced statistical tools to understand even more about that data. So we're really leveraging those data stores that we have and deriving new insights. So tools like hotspots, I don't think you're a GIS professional if you haven't made a hotspot map at some point, but it's important to note that there are a lot of advanced tools here that can help not just understand the patterns, but help us understand how they apply to the real world problems that we have, whether that's understanding, amenities use, park assets, for example, or where there's concentration of, calls for service over time. And, not just looking at those patterns over space, but also applying the time element and being able to look to answer questions like, where might there be seasonal patterns in, maybe these complaints, or where might things be escalating or de-escalating? And the implication there is that we can really start to understand, are the policies or processes that we're implementing having the desired effect or impact? So being able to use GeoAI to answer those more complicated policy questions is really exciting to me. Of course, risk protection, being able to look at the data we have to, understand how history influences the future. That's something that GeoAI can really offer new insights on. And then that helps us then when it comes to something like proactively planning for future service needs, or again, when it comes to understanding our policy impact. There's just a lot more that we can be doing as GIS professionals to derive new insights from the data we have. So I encourage you to continue learning about GeoAI. Even as new AI tools are coming down the path towards you, I think we don't want to overlook those analytical methods. So AI assistance, this is all about making GIS more easy and accessible. And so to do this, Esri is building a series of AI assistants. These are tools that are going to leverage large language models and allow you and users in your organizations to interact with ArcGIS apps using natural language. So the same way that you might chat with a colleague about how to solve a problem. Oh, well, first we need to, filter the data this way, and then we want to, kind of look and see what's around, or we want to do a buffer and then, summarize the data. Those sorts of natural language prompts are going to be increasingly how people in your organization interact with GIS. And that, as you can imagine, just opens the door, because no longer are people navigating through tools and toolboxes and menus and interfaces. They're using a very natural way to communicate and ask questions. And so this will make it easier for a lot of people to get started, but it also helps GIS professionals streamline work. So these tools are popping up in all sorts of applications, as you can see here, and they'll help GIS professionals construct a query or edit symbology. It'll help GIS professionals find the right tool. Should I use this tool or that tool? What are the differences? Help me, figure out what the right application is. It'll help generate things like arcade code. Just being able to do things, and reduce the friction to get started quicker with some of the work that we do. And so whether it's ArcGIS Pro or story maps or Survey 123 or Python notebooks, assistants are going to be there to help make your work a little bit more efficient. So I mentioned earlier that these assistants help reduce friction and they streamline work for GIS professionals. And I like to think about how they can help with tasks that GIS professionals don't necessarily want to spend a lot of time doing. Metadata maybe is one of those. So one example I wanted to share with you, and I'll play this quick animation, is the new item details assistant. So let's say you have a service published in ArcGIS Online. We know that it's important to create a title, summary, description, tags about that item. We know it's an important task. We don't often take the time to prioritize it. So there's a new item details assistant in ArcGIS Online, which will do that for you. You saw in the animation there, it'll suggest keywords that you can use in the title, summary, and description so that you can get started more quickly with having that item details filled out. And we all know that's important because we want our data that we publish to be useful and discoverable across the organization, and this type of metadata is really critical for that. So this is exactly the type of task where AI can be incredibly helpful for us. So just a second look at the assistant. It can also help with all of those fields attribute data that you have. So again, an area we might overlook is making sure that the display names and descriptions of our attributes are easy to understand for someone who's looking at our data. And so this AI assistant will make your data more accessible. It'll help suggest the right display and descriptions to support that data being reused. So these tools offer that information as a suggestion. Of course, you can go in and edit and tweak it, but what a time saver that is for all of us who are looking for some extra help with our data documentation. So I mentioned that assistants are going to be rolling out across a lot of different products in ArcGIS. So here's just a quick look at what our release plan is. Most of these tools are now in beta, moving into production this year, and a lot more that's coming. And this is for ArcGIS Online, which is where I know many of you are accessing your data maps and apps. And then for those who are working primarily in ArcGIS Enterprise, assistants are also coming, but as you know, there's a release delay typically with capabilities between Online and Enterprise. So here's the schedule for that. So a common question when it comes to these assistants is how we control access to it. So there are really two things that I wanted to highlight here, because I know it's important that you as the administrator or end user maintain control in terms of how AI is being used in your organization. You need to adhere to security and policies and things like that. So there are two ways that we're allowing control to these AI assistants. And the first is that we're associating the AI assistants with user types. So certain user types will have access to certain assistants, and they kind of, reflect the capabilities in that user type. So a user type like a Professional Plus user will have access to more assistants than a viewer. So just kind of out of the box, there'll be support in that way for you to manage it. But the second thing is that as an administrator of either your ArcGIS Online or your Enterprise Portal, you'll have the ability to turn on or off the use of assistance for each user in your organization. So that's a really easy way that you can say, you know what, I'm going to start testing some things. Let me enable 1 or 2 power users to do this. Make sure that things are working the way you want and that they align with your organizational governance. Then you can enable that more broadly. So there's, with AI in Esri, there's always an opt-in sort of thing. It's always kind of off by default until you go in and choose to use it. So that'll be the case with these AI assistants. All right, so if AI assistants are about productivity and helping us do our work more efficiently, then this next topic, AI agents, is a little bit different. And this is an area I think where we're still learning a lot about the impact for GIS. When we think about AI, probably a lot of you are like me. You think about the way that you interact with something like Copilot or ChatGPT, and you usually are asking it questions and getting answers. You might be asking questions about a spring break trip, or how to write a difficult email to your boss, or whatever question it is you're asking. You're usually doing it because you want a response, and you might converse in that way and get that information. But what's emerging now with AI agents is something a little bit different. It's working with an AI that doesn't just respond, but it actually will take action. And that's the agentic part of AI. So AI agents or agentic AI is really not just about helping people do their GIS work faster, but it's actually more about helping organizations knit GIS more naturally into their existing workflows. So it goes a bit beyond the automation that we were just talking about. And the impact here with using AI agents is that GIS professionals aren't just becoming more efficient in their own work, but it's really opening the door for some really interesting system integration opportunities. And we'll spend a bit more time talking about that. So just a quick orientation around a definition of an AI agent. What we're really talking about here are AI agents or systems that can take a goal, they can plan next steps, and they can execute work across 1 or more systems. And so again, it's that kind of autonomous nature. So 4 properties we want to be thinking about when we're distinguishing AI agents from other AI workflows is goal-oriented. There's a specific outcome or objective that agents are trained to work towards. 2, they need a lot of context and understanding about your intent, what the rules are, what the boundaries are, what other data is relevant. Context is going to be really key with AI agents. Third, mention this, they're capable of taking action. So that could be both proactive and reactive actions. And lastly, they'll operate autonomously, of course, as designed within boundaries and with the intentions and context you provide. So let's just talk through just a real simple example just to paint this picture. So an AI agent will start with a large language model based prompt. So that same natural language prompt. So I might say, this is a kind of personal example. Help me plan a fun afternoon based on the weather. I want to do something outdoors maybe and grab lunch. And then the action-oriented part of it, I'm saying, send me an email with that itinerary. Let me know if something changes, maybe a storm pops up. And also, if I need a reservation for anything or tickets, please go ahead and take care of that for me. So let's say we were asking an agent that was trained to do all these things. That could, it would respond, but it would also take the action to do the things I had asked. And it would be tapping into the various tools and knowledge repositories and memory and context that it has to execute that for me. So it goes to figure then that, if agents can be built to support all different types of tasks, that really simple example I shared, then it goes to figure that we can define a geospatial AI agent. So think about an AI agent where we're essentially adding in that additional knowledge and capability of geospatial. So an AI agent that has been specially trained against GIS tools and geographic knowledge to execute GIS workflows. That's really where a geospatial AI agent will come into play. And that's really exciting because it does open the door for a lot of collaborative opportunities, which we'll talk about here in a minute. So there are really two ways that Esri is starting to think about agentic AI. And the first is that we want to support building our own AI agents and give you all tools to build AI agents as well. And these are going to be more geocentric workflows. This is going to be ways that we can bring agentic AI into GIS workflows. And one of the ways that we will do that is by building applications, providing simple interfaces where natural language prompts can initiate GIS workflows. So think about an application, really streamlined or simple interface. Picture that, typical Copilot or Chat GPT prompt, and a question that someone might ask of a map. There are examples here on the screen, but being able to configure an agent that could do things like filter and find data, create a buffer, perform an overlay, answer a question, query other systems. These are applications that are going to be both configurable and customizable. And we also want to make sure that our users and partners can create their own agents. And so this will be a great way to automate some of those geocentric workflows. So one of the ways that we can do this, I was actually going to play a video, but maybe I'll give it a quick try, but I'm not sure that the sound is going to come through. I forgot to test this part a little bit earlier.
I think when you share your screen, there's an option to say include sound, and you might have to unshare. You might have to unshare and reshare and check that option.
Do you want me to try to do that real quick here? Or?
Sure. Yeah, I think we have a few minutes.
All right, so let me do that. Let me stop sharing real quick while I... Oh, here, I do see that option, optimize for video. Okay, so let me pull this up. This is just a quick 2-minute demo video that I wanted to see if we could highlight, just to show some of those capabilities in action. All right, let me log in to the site. I'll type my password before I share my screen, just in case.
That would be best.
All right, the site's loading. Just give me another second here.
Hey, this is Scott. I'll just tap dance for a second for Rachel while she's working through this. I can't recall if I said it before, Brendan, but thank you for setting this all up and walking us through for those of us that don't use WebEx much anymore. It's much appreciated.
Well, good.
So, thank you.
Hold on one second. For some reason, my URL isn't resolving. I'll just try one more time, and then I'll kind of talk through it if we don't get the video up. Yeah, it looks like the URL is not quite popping up. So I'll paste that in the chat afterwards. Let me just go back to my normal screen share here. So the quick demo, like I said, it was a 2-minute demo. It was going to highlight one of the examples of a geocentric AI agent at work. So again, like I described, being able to use those natural language prompts to really execute a GIS workflow. And what I like most about the demo is you and the gentleman who's presenting it, he does a nice job of saying, we're interacting with the GIS. We're doing all the things that we know we can do as GIS professionals. But the way that we know how to do it as GIS professionals is interacting with an interface, right? Selecting a tool, a button, a click, a parameter, browsing to a data set, all that sort of stuff. And what he shows is a demo where someone else can do those exact same tasks using an agent, but using a natural language prompt. So it's just really powerful to be able to to highlight that as I think, a really exciting capability. And the application that he shows is a custom application he describes using the JavaScript API. But what's really neat is that we have a new instant app template, one of our kind of out-of-the-box configurable templates. It's called Data Explorer. And what Data Explorer is a template that lets you start taking advantage of agentic AI and building these geocentric applications. So everyone who is able to access our beta programs can go in and start using the Data Explorer app to configure those natural language tools very quickly. So something that I tried my hand at, it's interesting to start exploring. I would say it's certainly not ready for prime time, but it's neat to start thinking of, okay, if this is something that's coming down the runway, how do I start preparing for it? And we'll hit on that kind of towards the end of my presentation here. So that's the idea of taking these AI agents and really keeping them in these GIS-based workflows, those map-based applications or those GIS workflows. But there's another side of the coin, and that's really thinking about how AI agents can support geo-enabled workflows. Agents are starting to pop up across all different IT systems. This is not obviously unique to GIS. So how do we make sure that those other systems, those other tools that are thinking about agentic AI, how do we make sure that those agents know to tap into geospatial data and capabilities? How do we make sure that the tradecraft that we built, the data, the understanding that we have of the importance of GIS, how do we make sure those agents can utilize it? So we're really talking about geo-enabling really a whole ecosystem of third-party systems. So really expanding beyond GIS and thinking about an organizational-wide approach. So this is really about unlocking geospatial intelligence across an organization. So just to kind of map out how that might look. So when we're thinking about agentic AI, we again might start with a natural language prompt. In this case, help respond to flood risk in our community. And an agent, whether that's a Microsoft Copilot or Gemini or Salesforce or something completely different, not a GIS agent, just a kind of generic agent handler, receives that prompt. And we know that that question is complex, and we know that it also isn't just a GIS-based question. There's a lot that can go into it. And if we're thinking about the different systems that need to help answer that question, this is just a simple depiction. We know that there's going to be a geospatial component. There's going to be a need to query for flood zones and which parcels are at risk and that sort of thing. There might also be another system that's needed, which is one that provides real-time data. This could be stream gauges or weather data or other sensors to help understand rainfall and flood conditions. And then we can imagine that there might be other systems that are needed to understand how might the conditions affect our assets. So we might need to look at an asset management system. We might need to think about what workflows and inspections might be triggered as a result. Again, thinking about that action that an agent can take. So an agent can coordinate and integrate work across these different systems. And it can, the important part is that it doesn't just, kind of reach out and grab an answer. It actually continues to iterate and monitor and report through an automated decision loop. So imagine trying to answer that question, help respond to flood risk in our community. And imagine that top box, that green box wasn't there. That's what's going to happen if we're not ready to support agentic AI and enabling other systems to be geospatially aware. So in my mind, it's critical that we make sure that we're kind of at the ready. And the call to action here isn't that dissimilar from several years ago when organizations started moving more towards WebGIS. We had all our data in our databases and kind of behind our firewalls, and with the advent of WebGIS and Web 2.0 in general, organizations saw the need. They need to start publishing their data as services so that other systems, other APIs could connect into that data. This is really kind of the same thing. We're saying, okay, we want those other systems, those AI systems, to be able to connect and tap into our data. We need to be prepared to enable agentic workflows across our AI systems if we want that. So kind of a parallel there, I think, that helps make this more relatable. Because the fact of the matter is AI is emerging rapidly, agentic AI in particular. And as these ecosystems are forming, again, across many different data platforms, we want to make sure that GIS is there. We want to make sure that GIS is ready to participate in this ecosystem. And so looking at geospatial AI agents means, again, that spatial intelligence could be used by these other systems. And what we're really trying to do is open the door to GIS, not just to other users, other people in our organization, but other systems. And that's really the call to action. We want to expand the reach of GIS beyond just the people in our organization and start thinking about how the systems and other parts of our organization can tap in. And the way that they're going to do this increasingly in the future is through integration at the agentic platform level. So, we talked through the ways that Esri is bringing AI into the platform with GeoAI, AI assistance, and then agentic AI. So I'll kind of go back to that original question now again and say, what does all of this mean for GIS? We just talked about how AI agents are going to be executing GIS workflows. So if AI is going to be doing more of the work, then where does our value come from? How do we continue to, support this evolution and continue to hold ground in the value we provide? And, I think that has a pretty clear path forward. I think that, there are a few different ways I think about our role evolving, and I'll just walk through those briefly as kind of a from to, thinking about what maybe we do now or have done in the past and where I see that evolving. So, one thing I alluded to this earlier is that GIS has very traditionally been about outputs, whether that's printed maps or configurable apps or new data sets. The outputs have really been the focus. And those are still important, but where I see the real value moving forward is really towards how do we frame and answer the problems that we're solving. So it becomes less about the map and more about the problem. I always think back to a previous role I had as a GIS analyst, and making maps, map production was my #1 task. And a lot of times those would come in as requests. Other people in the organization would come to me, and it was always so funny. I'm sure you've all experienced this, where someone would come to me and they'd say, hey, Rachel, I need a map. I need it to show this, and you should use this symbol, and it should be this color. And can you do one of those heat map things so that we could see this and make sure it's zoomed in? They were basically, telling me the map to make. And, early in my my time there, I would do that. I would, kind of follow their instruction. But over time, I started to realize, hold on a second, they have a question they're trying to answer. They're not the GIS person or the geographer. They don't really know the best way to answer that. So I would try to shift the conversation and say, oh, I'm happy to help. What are you trying to answer? Well, I'm trying to figure out, where there's a concentration of, I don't know, stolen vehicles in this neighborhood. And then I could apply my tradecraft to really create the product that would help them answer that question. So it's just a simple illustration of that problem framing that I think we can continue to move towards. So a lot of our work is really around tasks, whether that's data updating or routines or system maintenance or whatever it might be. There's a lot that can be automated in an agentic world. So we need to continue to shift our work, not just from completing the task, but guiding what the impact of that task is. Why are we doing this, data routines? We're continuing to update parcels for a very important reason, but if we can continue to elevate the discussion and, kind of stretch and say, okay, yes, the data is going to be updated, maybe in a different method. How do we derive additional value? How do we drive action and insight for our organization? Those are going to be the types of questions to answer. Next, I think, GIS professionals have always been really great at understanding the power of spatial analysis, but we'll shift from, running analysis and what does the data show us more to, okay, what do we do with this? How do we drive decisions? What's the data show? And that's going to require us to apply more judgment. That kind of gets back to my first example. As GIS professionals, we know a lot about the technology, about the geospatial approach. We also know a lot about the organization and the industry we apply that to. And so we can really bring all of that together and drive a much deeper understanding than I think sometimes we take the time to explore. And the last one I think is really, the biggest shift. We spend a lot of time managing and maintaining data. I talked earlier about how new data acquisition methods are going to change that. And so this gives us the opportunity to kind of elevate the way we're working, and not just think about managing data. Data is critical for AI systems, of course, but elevate it to thinking about how do these systems operate? How do we structure the data so that an agentic system can take advantage of it? What context needs to be included? We talked about that item details description, for example. How do we make sure that the data is ready for connecting to other systems like I described? Because that's really how agents are going to run. They're going to run on data, and it'll need to be well-structured, well-designed data. So across all of these, I think there's a common theme. It's really moving away from the execution, the doing of the work, more towards more of a design thinking approach, where we're really thinking about the outcome and shaping how the work gets done towards that outcome. And it's taking all of the knowledge and skill and experience that we have and really just elevating and making that shift. I don't think it's a wholesale change. I think it's something that'll be very natural evolution for us. So, one question or one way I think about this is, how do we, start preparing for this? Because I think, the organizations that are going to be most successful with agentic AI, they're not going to be the ones that adopt it quickest necessarily. I think, instead they're going to be the ones that prepare best for it. And so, that's a great question. How do we prepare? What do we start doing now? So there are really 5 areas that I want to focus on, and we'll start going through them real briefly. So first, on the data side, I alluded to this. Agents are really going to rely on the data that we already have and maintain, but they don't really like messy data. They don't like incomplete data. So obviously, there's going to be work to do there. I would encourage everyone to start thinking about their most critical data sets, your parcels or your addresses, your assets, whatever it might be, and starting to ask questions. Is it structured well? Does it contain the context that's necessary for the types of decision making my organization is going to demand? And it's really thinking about making sure your data is designed for a different type of usage, not just for storage, not just for use by a GIS professional, but a much broader use across the organization. So one way I showed you earlier to take advantage of this is using tools like the assistance for item descriptions, really to fill out that context and that invaluable information. But there's one more tip that I wanted to share with you, and that's really thinking about how you can geo-enrich your data. So picture your favorite data set, one of those critical data sets. If you close your eyes, I bet all of you can open the attribute table in your mind. You can probably picture all of the attribute data for that table. You might scroll to the right a little bit to see all the fields. Imagine that you can keep scrolling. Imagine there's more attributes than you ever imagined. And so instead of, parcel data, for example, you see the PIN and the owner and the value and all these things. Imagine additional data that's been appended to that table that provides even more context. So additional data, for example, that might highlight demographic information. Maybe your data set's been enriched to provide context about the neighborhood in which that feature exists, or historical information that's happened. Geo-enriching is that act of adding additional attributes to provide even more context. And we're already seeing organizations do this at scale. I work with one large police department. They have decades of crime data, and they're already thinking about how do I geo-enrich that with demographic, with housing, with neighborhood condition information, so that when folks are using the data in an AI environment, the context is there at the fingertips of the agents to pull from. That's really interesting, I think. Second, workflows. We do this well already as GIS professionals. We define the steps that are needed to complete a process. And what I challenge you all to do is continue to think about the workflows that you're already mapping and automating. But think about how we might need to redesign those models so that they're not just run by people. It's not just a model builder or a routine that's run by a person in your organization, but they're going to be run inside business systems. So starting to think about the decisions that need to be even further automated, like the parameters that are supplied or what things trigger these workflows. Those are going to be important ways to enhance the work that you already are doing. So third, we need to start preparing around our systems. we talked about how AI is going to mean that GIS is going to operate across different systems. It's not just GIS, but it could be asset management or permitting. You know, all these other systems are going to need to connect. And that's where, as GIS professionals, we have a role to play to advocate that as these new systems are coming online, that they support interoperability, they support GIS standards. And, you know, we already play a great role in advocating for this. You know, if an organization is bringing on a new permitting system, for example, we want to make sure, hey, we want to make sure it can work within the GIS and not just say, yeah, we got the map, but that it really can connect and understand the geospatial advantage that we can bring. And of course, you know, the workflows and systems that I was just talking about, they span across the organization. I often think about GIS professionals as kind of like the facilitator, or maybe like the matchmaker sometimes across the organizations, because we're the ones that see the connections across our org charts that, you know, are there, whether it's public works and planning or IT and police, you know, whatever it might be. I would encourage you all to continue to support developing those relationships and connections. So build relationships in new departments, understand how their work is being done, start to think through their work in terms of the data, the workflow, the systems, those things we just talked through. Ask those deep questions, not just, you know, what map can I make for you, but what problem are you trying to solve? And really thinking about how we can put a spotlight on where GIS can add value, and aligning on, you know, those problem statements, I think is a great path forward. And probably where many of your eyes were drawn is the skills. You know, maybe that would be the natural starting point, but that's actually, I think, the last point to cover. Because I don't think that preparing for AI is really about developing a deep bench of new technical skills. And, you know, some people will need to, certainly, and you know, that can be interesting. But I think it's really about focusing on the skills we already have, but doing so maybe with some more intention. So challenging ourselves to develop our problem framing skills, like I mentioned. So instead of, can you make the map for me? But yeah, let's have a conversation. Where do we want to prioritize our efforts, or what problem are you trying to solve? Really evolving our thinking from tasks to workflows, elevating and rising up above that first step to really understand the complete picture. And sometimes that means pushing the boundaries. You know, we might have a picture or a part of a workflow, but we know that it connects so much more in our organization. So taking the time to really understand that. And then lastly, I think a great skill would be, you know, something that probably most of us are doing is starting to practice. How do we communicate with AI? How do we construct prompts that are useful? How do we understand what a chat assistant can and cannot do effectively, whether that's in our personal or professional lives? I think that's a great bench that we can start building our experience on. And I think lastly, just the realization that there's going to be a mindset around iterating. You know, we don't fully understand this landscape or how it will play out or what's needed. We just know that we're going to continually need to revisit probably our work in these 5 areas as AI evolves in our organization. So making sure that, you know, we're understanding the data, the workflows, the systems, et cetera, just making sure that we're evolving and understanding that, you know, this is less focused on the products and the outcomes and much more around applying our judgment and knowledge, you know, for greater impact across the organization. So just, you know, to wrap up, I think, you know, we covered a lot of ground. We kind of did a whirlwind tour across how AI is shaping ArcGIS. So we talked through GeoAI and the data extraction and patterns and prediction. We talked about AI assistants popping up across the platform. We defined and set a vision for what agentic AI can mean for our organizations. But again, this is never been about just the map or the app. You know, it's about a lot more than technology. It's really about helping organizations make better decisions with geography. And we all know that GIS professionals will continue to play a vital role in that. We always have, and we always will. You know, things are changing. The way that we get our work done is changing, and AI is accelerating that shift in a lot of ways. It's moving us from executing tasks to designing systems, from, you know, working in a GIS-centric framework to one that's more collaborative. And, you know, how we were going to start preparing with that is with intentional steps, really starting to think about addressing our data, our workflows, our systems, the organizations we work within, and our own personal skills. Those are going to be the things that really create an environment where AI is going to work. And so as you do that, you're going to be expanding the use of GIS in your organization. You're going to be making GIS more valuable, not just to people, but really baked into this other systems and workflows that get work done in your organizations. And I think the exciting thing is that this is really up to us. It's really you who is going to shape how this happens in your organization. And to me, that's a really exciting opportunity for us to rise towards. So with that, I'll wrap it up with just a thank you for your time this morning. I hope that offered some new ideas and insights to think about. I put my contact info up there, but feel free to email me directly or maybe even ask questions in the chat, or if we have a couple of minutes now, I'm happy to answer anything I can.
You have a couple of minutes to
Okay.
answer some questions if people have them. I would say the best thing to do would be to put them in the chat.
Let me bring that up. Where's the, there we go.
There's some like pro tasks we have. We clean up the segments and go through that to get.
Yeah, see, thank you for the comments. It's good context to understand. Yeah, there's been just, hopefully, we're in a technology field. I would hope there would be a continued evolution, but, whether that's, scripting or programming or web publication or whatever it is, being able to understand the impact that has on the organization. I think you're right. That's kind of the bigger question.
And GIS is radically different than it was in 1990 when I started using it.
Thank goodness.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, if there are no direct questions from the audience, I'll be staying tuned in here for the next little bit, and I'll be happy to keep an eye on the chat, or like I said, feel free to email me directly as well. If you're not in touch with someone at Esri and you would like to be, whether it's to answer questions or understand how to start implementing this or anything else that I've talked about, please email me and I can put you in touch with the right person as well. So thanks again.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Our next little session is going to be what I would call an ode to Jack Dangerman. I think he would expect if we're getting together that we're meeting people who are new. So what we're going to do is what I would call our virtual, every one of us has probably been to at least the international conference or the Fed UC or something where you get up and you introduce yourself to the person sitting to the right of you and the person sitting to the left of you. And we're going to do that virtually. And the way we do that is I'm going to create a bunch of breakout sessions, and it looks like we have about 127 people in here. So I'll do about 12 rooms, and I'm just going to let somebody take over each room as a moderator and introduce yourself to everybody else in the room. Just tell everybody a little bit about yourself, what you do in GIS, and I don't have any specific question, but that should take us about, it is now 12:26. We'll do it for about 7-8 minutes, and then I'll give us a few minutes of a break, and then we'll go into the lightning talks at 12:40. So I'm going to, do you have anything else? Sure, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, did you wanna, I know there was a couple people that didn't give.
Oh, sure, yeah, if they're here, please,
yeah,
by
your
all means.
promo.
Sure,
So I don't know if anybody from, I think it's Christine. Yeah, it was
UMBC and MSJIC.
UMBC and MSJ.
Is anybody
on from
UMBC?
Yeah. Okay, I don't think anybody. And then I think from MSJIC, we had Christina Gladman and Shelby Klein. I don't know if any. None. Okay.
All right.
We also
So
have some
what?
folks from Delaware on. I don't know if any one of them want to talk about the Delaware conference coming up.
Yeah. Looks like Sharon.
And Jay.
Okay.
Are we in a group now?
Nope. I'm about to send everybody off. You should
Still in
have
the
about.
main.
We're still in the main. I'm about to send everybody off to the
Yeah.
breakout session. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now, and it'll
Yep.
last about 7-8 minutes, and then I'll bring us back and get ready. So sometimes this takes a minute, and I'm going to start them. And you might have to accept the invitation to go in the breakout session.
Yep, I see that.
Right. For those of you who are in the main session, I had sent people to breakout rooms. They're ending in a minute, and at 10:40 we'll start our lightning talks. When they're all coming back in. Okay, I hope that went well for everyone.
It did.
Excellent. Okay, so we have a couple minutes. We're going to go right into our lightning talks. These are 10 minutes each. I will let all the presenters know that one of my side hobbies is being in Toastmasters, so I'm a bit of a freak about speaking time. So I'll give you a 1 minute, hey, you've flag. If you are unmuted, please mute yourself unless you're the speaker. I'll go back to my participant list here. Okay, give me a minute. Let's do a quick check. We've got 1 minute. So our first presenter is Jonathan DeLura. Jonathan, if you want to share your screen as we get ready, I'll go ahead and introduce you. Did we lose him?
Okay.
Yeah, he's on.
Oh, good. All right.
Um,
You should just see the share button.
Yep. Sorry, I've never used WebEx, so I'm just trying to figure it out real quick. Okay.
No worries. All right.
Okay. Am I there?
You are there.
Okay. Am I starting?
Give me 1 second. So your title is Estimating the Depth of FEMA Flood Zones Using ArcGIS Pro. Jonathan
Yes.
from Rutgers University. You have 10 minutes. Take it away, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm Jonathan DeLura. I'm a research specialist with the Data Informatics Group for the Center for Urban Policy Research in the Blaustein School at Rutgers University. And I'm going to talk about a methodology I used for estimating the depth of FEMA flood zones using ArcGIS Pro. And basically, yeah, so I'll just jump into it. The picture that I have up on the slide there, that is the FEMA 1% annual chance flood along the Raritan River, where it runs between New Brunswick, where I work, and Highland Park, where I live. So brief overview of the methodology I used. First, I created a flood surface using the FEMA depth rasters. Then I interpolated a flood surface from base flood elevation transects in the National Flood Hazard Layer. Then I rasterized the static base flood elevation in the special flood hazard area. Then I interpolated areas not covered by the depth rasters, the BFE transects, or the static BFE. Then I mosaicked all four of those together, smooth areas of overlap. Then I had to deal with some areas of discrepancy, and then after that, I will talk briefly about some applications and an analysis, giving an example of analysis that I did using this. First of all, FEMA flood zones are regulatory data. So I deferred to wherever FEMA data were available, I deferred to those. So that's why I use the depth rasters, the BFE transects, and the static BFE. I only used my interpolation to fill in the gaps where those didn't cover. Also, I indicated areas within the FEMA flood zone that were not shown as inundated in the analysis output. For the flood surface elevation, they're undetermined flood surface elevation. For the flood depth,
I just marked them as undetermined flood depth. And then also I did not indicate areas as inundated in the analysis output unless they were included in the FEMA flood zone. These are just some documents that FEMA provides that I use as reference when developing the methodology. So the first step was creating flood surface from the FEMA depth rasters. I downloaded them from the flood risk products in the FEMA Flood Map Service Center. They were all in different coordinate systems and vertical units. So I edited them all so they're in New Jersey State Plane with feet as the vertical units, and they all had a 10-foot resolution. Then I used Mosaic to new raster to combine all those rasters, and then I used raster calculator to add the depth raster to the DEM to get the surface flood elevation. Next, I interpreted a flood surface from the base flood elevation transects in the National Flood Hazard Layer. I used feature to point to create points at the centroid of each transect line. Then I used select by location to select the features in the special flood hazard area that completely contained transect points. Then I used inverse distance weighting to interpolate a 10-foot resolution surface using the transect points as input features, the elevation field as a z-value field, and the selected special flood hazard area features for processing, extent, and mask. And that's where I'm limiting it just to the special flood hazard area. And then I snapped it to the DEM. Next, I rasterized the static base flood elevation, and basically I just selected whatever features had static base flood elevation. Then I used a feature to raster to convert those selected features to a raster using static BFE as a field, cell size of 10, and again snapping it to the DEM. And finally, for areas that were not covered by the depth rasters, the BFE transects, or the static BFE, I interpolated a new flood surface. So I used polygon to line to get the special flood hazard area boundary, and then I used extract by mask to extract elevation values from the DEM along that boundary. Then I used raster to point to convert those extracted elevations to points. Then I used select by attributes to select only points where the grid code was greater than 0. And then I used inverse distance weighting to interpolate a 10-foot resolution surface using the selected elevation points as input point features, grid code as a z-value, and again, the special flood hazard area for processing, extent, and mask, and then again, snapping it to the DEM. And then I basically mosaicked all 4 of those together. I used Mosaic to new raster, and the order that I mosaic them in reflects their importance and granularity. So the first was the depth rasters, FEMA's depth rasters. The second was the transect point surface. Third was the rasterized BFE, and then fourth was the the surface that I interpolated to fill in the gaps. Next, I filtered that. I did a low-pass filter for that mosaic to smooth the transition areas. And then I mosaicked again, this time using having the depth rasters as primary and the output from the first mosaic to raster as secondary. And that was just so the data in the unfiltered data in the FEMA flood depth rasters were included in the final output. Then as far as applications of this, how it can be used, it can be used for estimating which roadways can be inundated during the 1% annual chance flood, for emergency planning, building, road, rail, and bridge elevation, and new building, road, rail, and bridge construction. And so this is an example of an analysis that I did using the surface flood elevation for the FEMA 1% annual chance flood. And there was a roadway inundation analysis. And this is a zoomed in screenshot of the same area, the Raritan River, right next between New Brunswick and Highland Park. And for the roadways, I used a DSM that we created from LiDAR data to extract the roadway elevations, and then basically just subtracted that from the flood surface elevation, and you can see the red sections of roadway are inundated, and the blue or purple are not inundated. Previously, you would have only been able to see if the roadway was within the flood zone or not. The areas where roadways where this analysis is works the best, or has the biggest differences in bridges. Currently, if you show like bridges obviously aren't inundated. Well, high bridges aren't generally inundated. So like the George Washington Bridge would show as inundated, but here you can see the Raritan Avenue Bridge not inundated. But then there's other areas as well, and so this is can be useful in emergency planning, knowing exactly what during a flood exactly which sections of roadways are going to be passable and not. Yeah, and so we have published on AGOL. We have this flood surface elevation, the depth, and the roadway inundation analysis for the FEMA 1% annual chance flood. You guys can scan those or take a screenshot and check them out. I'm also in the process of doing it for the FEMA 2% annual chance flood. The methodology is pretty much the same, except that there is no base flood elevation or the transects, and the depth rasters that FEMA provides are even more limited. So it's more reliant on an interpolation. And so I'm kind of doing quality checks on it right now to make sure that that it looks reasonable. And that's my information there. If anybody wants to reach out at any point with any questions or comments, I would appreciate it. And
awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you so much, and thank you especially for being right on time. Our next presenter, while it says Jason Fry in the agenda, is actually going to be Caroline Van Hook, as I understand it. So Caroline, if you would like to unmute yourself and share your screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Brendan.
I'll wait for your screen to share. Take it away.
Awesome.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Let me give you a proper intro. Modernizing operational routing within ArcGIS Pro, RouteSmart plan. Caroline Van Hook from RouteSmart.
Thank you, Brendan. As Brendan mentioned, my name is Caroline Van Hook. I'm the product manager for RouteSmart Plan over at RouteSmart Technologies. And RouteSmart Plan is a ArcGIS Pro based add-in. And today I'm going to be focusing on what we learned organizationally from modernizing from ArcMap over to ArcGIS Pro. Okay, so who we are, RouteSmart Technologies, we are headquartered in Columbia, Maryland, so not too far from a lot of folks, I'm sure, on this call. We've been in the route optimization sphere for over 40 years. We are powered by HERE Technology street data for the most part, with the caveat that our clients are able to provide their own street data if they have street data that matches all of the various and vast requirements to route on. We are trusted globally across logistics, utilities, and public services. We are also the routing provider for FedEx and USPS. We were recently acquired by FedEx last year. And although efficiency is extremely key in routing, paramount to that, though, is safety. For example, waste collection, which is a large client base for us, is actually the top 5 deadliest professions globally. So we really, although efficiency is important, so is getting home every night. So safety is always going to be key to our solutions. So I'll provide a basic example of what routing actually solves with an example here. with some of the things that we're routing, though, we could take 10, 20 minutes going into all the criteria there, but I'm going to go as basic as we possibly can. So, for example, let's say I want to generate the most efficient and safe route with the following data. I have 2 trucks, 2 drivers, and I want my maximum route time to be 8 hours to fall within that 8-hour workday. And I have 2,000 points that I need to service and 2 facilities, one representing my starting facility and the second being my end facility. Within that, I could have constraints of I want same side of street service, meaning that when a truck is going down the road, they're not crossing the street in order to service a location, whether that be reading a gas meter or collecting a trash or recycling bin. We call that meandering in this field. This would be same side service would not be meandering. And I also want to minimize unsafe turns. So that's going to be penalizing those left-hand turns and U-turns. We hear a lot of people like to say, oh, USPS does, or UPS, excuse me, doesn't make any left-hand turns. It's actually not true for UPS or FedEx. We just are going to highly, highly penalize those left-hand turns because it takes up time as well as is unsafe for drivers. And then we're going to be using real historical traffic patterns as well. So as you can see, a lot goes into routing and making those decisions. And our algorithm is going to be giving us the most mathematically optimized route where users then can go in and make decisions on how they would like to manipulate those. So we recently, in the past couple of years, have migrated from ArcMap over to ArcGIS Pro. Just to give some background, so our legacy product that was in ArcMap, that's what all of our client base was using. So we had waste and recycling, utilities, newspaper, parcel, and package delivery, all using the same UI within ArcMap. So this transition was partly driven by Esri's deprecation of ArcMap in 2026, as well as our need organizationally to modernize and move away from ArcMap. Although many folks, many clients of ours did not want to see that happen. So we shifted to a cloud-based and web-based routing ecosystem. So development of RouteSmart Plan began, which is our ArcGIS Pro add-in, began a few years ago. And instead of being this single experience on-prem desktop application, we wanted to move to be a cloud-based connected platform. So this wasn't simply a rebuild of our archaic product. This was more of a system rethink and how can we prioritize differentiation by user types to allow for a clean integration within our entire ecosystem of products. So some key differences within our ArcGIS Pro user experience that I wanted to emphasize was building in these ArcGIS Pro native tools within our suite. So for new users, it's a lot easier to pick up these workflows when you're not used to going into the map tab to pull up a selection or pulling up your attribute table to make a attribute selection. As well as we built in documentation and tutorials into the product. So for new users, it's going to be a lot easier to find video guidance or documentation. We also mimicked a lot of Esri's UI with implementing a ribbon-based tools and using F1 for instant documentation within the application. Also wanted to make sure that our tools don't get in the way of existing workflows or create clutter. So if we look at this screenshot here, we can see that the RouteSmart specific tools are within its own tab in the ArcGIS Pro ribbon. I'll show you our previous product where all the tools were kind of in there together. So I think it would be easier for especially new users to get confused on where those tools are all allocated. With that being said, this product is significantly easier to learn and adopt, and that's really what we were striving for with this development. And like I mentioned, integrating some of those already available Esri specific tools, but for our new users that might not know how to create a layout template, that's something that we've integrated to allow users to do that within our platform of, we're gonna create basic layouts that they can just go ahead and use those instead of creating their own layout templates. So here's the legacy product here. They're very complex, parameter heavy workflows. Although the system was extremely powerful, it did require a deep training and experience with the product. So training time was about 40 hours for the ArcMap legacy product. That was 40 hours of in-person training where we had an implementation consultant go on site and train those folks for around 40 hours. Whereas our modern product is around 4 hours of training, with the caveat that we assume that users have some basic understanding of being an ArcGIS Pro specifically, or some background in ArcMap, where it's pretty transferable. So within any transition period, you're always going to have your trade-offs, and some of the biggest changes and challenges is our previous product, we exposed about 1,000 parameters. That level of control was extremely powerful, but also overwhelming and error-prone. We also didn't have any insight into how users were setting up their solvers because it was completely, it was an on-prem desktop application, so we didn't have that insight. So we shifted to exposing the most commonly used settings and guiding users through their workflow. And then on the other side, that's also going to introduce a challenge there, because legacy users are often going to want a one-to-one replica of what they're used to, whereas new users are going to be asking for exactly the opposite of that. They're going to want more automation, asking for an AI chatbot to be within the interface to really make those decisions for them. Thank you. So in conclusion, organizationally, we have found, of course, modernization is not optional. It is a requirement to stay relevant in the spheres of technology. One platform must have the ability to serve both power users and new users. Switching to a cloud infrastructure model has really enabled more flexibility and scalability within this product. And yeah, routing is no longer as GIS centric, so we must also support web-based interfaces. And if you have any more questions, please feel free to reach out to myself or Jason Fry. Thanks, Brendan.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Our next presenter, you can go ahead and stop sharing and document. Our next presenter is Patrick McKinney from Pennsylvania State HHS Delivery Center. The title is Predicting Sea Level Rise Impacts in Bethany Beach, Delaware. Patrick, are you ready to go?
I am. Good morning, everyone.
Are you going to share?
I will in a minute after the introduction.
Okay, good. Gotcha.
Yeah. I am the GIS administrator for Pennsylvania's Department of Health, and I'm going to walk you through some arcade code I developed to create a custom data expression for an ArcGIS dashboard. So this is related to the public bathing places inspection program. These are places like community pools, water parks, beaches with lakes. So our Bureau of Community Health Systems performs inspections of these facilities by environmental health specialists. And so one of the program managers wanted to develop an ArcGIS Online dashboard to use internally to kind of show the status of inspections across the state. And so they're using Survey 123 to collect the inspection data. And one of the questions is a multi-select question, which can have multiple values, but the issue they had is they wanted to break out those multiple values into unique data elements within a bar chart. And they wanted to do this year over year. So basically what I did is, with the help of generative AI, developed a custom arcade expression that iterates over each result in the survey results view, splits out those violations into unique values, and gets the total by year. So let me share my screen now. Can everyone see my screen? Should look like a data table.
I can't see it yet, no.
Okay, I see. I didn't complete. Okay, I think we're good now.
There you go. We can see
Yeah, so as you
your,
can see, this violations noted, you can have multiple values. So in this bar chart, they basically want to get the count of disinfection, electrical certification, etc. So the proof of concept I developed for them, and of course, I used a copy of the data. This was a testing dashboard. The result is this bar chart where each violation type is separated, and you get the count, and you can see the year over year. So what I want to do is kind of walk through how to do this in Arcade. So as many of you are aware, when you create a data element in Arcade, you choose a data source. This can be a feature layer, or it can actually be an Arcade expression that returns data. And that's what we did in this case. So the first step is to get access to that data, which was the results view of the survey. We can use Arcade's feature set by portal item. So our portal in this case is ArcGIS Online. We reference an item ID. There's just one layer, so it's 0. And then here we put which fields from that data set we want. And as a general rule of thumb, if you're doing Arcade or you're doing querying, you only want to use the fields that you need to help improve performance. And then this last parameter is false because I don't need geometry. I just care about the data. So now we have access to that data set. The next step is to create an empty dictionary where we're going to store a key value pair where the key is the year, pipe character violation, and then the property is the count of how many times that unique occurrence happens in the data set. So now what we're going to do is we're going to iterate over each record in that feature layer. And so the first step is we're going to check if that inspection date value or that violation value is empty. If either one is empty, we're going to go over that record and then move on to the next record in our iteration. But assuming that one of these has data, we're going to extract those values. So here we're going to get that year by looking at the inspection date. So it might be like April 24th, 2026. And we're going to extract just the year component from that. Then we're going to take a look at our violation, and we're going to store it in an array or list using the split function where each value is separated by a comma. So now I have access to the year of the inspection and a list of violations. So now what we're going to do is we're going to iterate over this list of our violation types. And so we're going to store a variable called category where we run the trim function on that list. This removes leading and trailing white space. And now we're going to build our key. So it's going to be our year, a pipe character, and that category. So now this is the cool part. So now we have this conditional test where we're checking if our list counts, that custom dictionary we're creating. Does it have this key we've created? And this key represents a unique year and violation type combination. So if it already has that, then there's at least one instance of that. We increment its count by 1. But if it's the first time we're seeing that year and violation grouping, we set a new key to our dictionary and set its value to 1. And so now after this iteration, we have a dictionary that has the year, violation, and how many times it occurs. So next, we're going to build an empty list or array that's going to store the features that we're going to push to this custom feature set. So now we're going to iterate over our custom dictionary, and we're going to split that key into parts to push as attributes to our custom feature set. So here we're going to run that split function on our object. Each entry in the object, we're going to split it on the pipe character. So to the left of the pipe character is going to be that year, which we're going to set as a number. And to the right of the pipe character is going to be that unique violation type. So now we're going to push that data into our feature set. So we're going to push each record into our features list. The attributes are going to be the year column is going to be that year. The category column is going to be that unique violation type. And then the count is going to be how many times it occurs in the data set. And then lastly, we're going to return a feature set. This is the data that the dashboard is going to use. So we define our fields. The year is an integer. The category is a string. And the count is an integer. There's no geometry, and our features or records come from that list we created. And by doing this, in the end, we get this nice bar chart where we can split, you know, these groupings of violations into unique groups and split it out by year over year. So this is just a practical application of how you can use arcade expressions to further introspect your data and create custom, I guess, views or looks into your data set to use in a dashboard or anything else. If you have any questions, put in the chat. Also put my email address into the chat so that you can reach out to me by email if you have any questions. But that's all I had to share. Thanks for letting me present.
Well, we thank you. Awesome. That and again, I want to thank all the presenters for being ready, and also, and again, being ready for time. So our next presenter is Ravi Pavuluri. I hope I got your name right. Are you ready to go? I saw you in here. Ravi, are you ready?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
I can. You can go ahead and share your screen. The title of Ravi's presentation is ArcGIS Online versus ArcGIS Enterprise. Ravi's from Dewberry. Take it away.
Can you see my screen?
I can. Go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
Yeah. Hello all, this is Ravi Pavuluri. Today I'm going to be going over some of the brief overview of ArcGIS Online versus Enterprise. So the question is, if you choose, it impacts your cost, security, governance, and scalability. Different tools for different organization needs, and oftentimes it's not like which one should I be choosing. It can be sometimes both. To give some background, like oftentimes we get asked, like from our potential clients, hey, we are getting started with a new GIS system. Which route should we go? Should we go ArcGIS Online, Enterprise? Where should we start? And depending on their need, we route through Esri sales rep, depending on which route they want to go. The core difference is that ArcGIS Online is a cloud-based system, and you access things via a browser. It's a SaaS platform. It's just like your, to put it simply, like your Netflix subscription. You put in some initial costs, and then you get access to the system, and you can get started. And the other option is the ArcGIS Enterprise, which is a self-hosted option. It can be your on-prem. I have a typo here. It's off-prem. It's on-prem, or it could be cloud-based, which means that you can run it on AWS or Azure, and it's generally managed by the team who is procuring this ArcGIS Enterprise. And the key trade-off is one of them is the convenience versus the control. The convenience from ArcGIS Online is so quick, and you can get started relatively easy. The other option is the control, which gives you a better control, is the enterprise. At a high level overview, the key characteristics are ArcGIS Online is hosted by Esri, accessible via a web browser, and it's like, just like I mentioned, it's a subscription-based model where you get access to the ArcGIS Online via a subscription. The strengths are rapid deployment, so you can get started relatively quickly. Built-in scalability, you don't have to worry about any hardware, components or networking components and so on. Everything is handled by you, and it's quite scalable, and it's ideal for quick collaboration and sharing. And coming to the enterprise, the key characteristics are on the other side. So it's installed on your infrastructure. It could be, like I said, on-prem, it could be a cloud infrastructure, AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud, and so on. And the key strength is you get to have the control over the data and the full system. And you can also do the security configurations as determined by the IT department and your compliance requirements. And you can also do complex enterprise integrations with other systems. So one of them is the data and security. The differences, it comes, like I mentioned earlier, the data stored is managed by Esri, and it's on cloud. So you don't really have control on where your data is stored when you are using ArcGIS Online. It's managed by Esri, and it's abstracted to you. It has some standard security controls in terms of who has access to that subscription, and what data sets are accessible across the team. And even offline environments where you don't have access to your internet. The customization piece is an interesting one. ArcGIS Online gives you limited customization options, and it's generally good for your standard workflows. The integration is it's somewhat limited in terms of what you can integrate. So, but you can still do all the SSO single sign-on integration. So you can use your company Active Directory credentials to log into this ArcGIS Online. Enterprise, on the other hand, is highly customizable, and you can also integrate with other enterprise databases that you may have internally, single sign-on and Active Directory and internal applications, and any custom widgets that you want to develop and deploy it throughout your enterprise. One of the differences is cost and resource considerations. ArcGIS Online is a subscription-based one. You get to work with Esri for your initial subscription, and you also purchase something called credits. That's the terminology that they use. You get it in blocks of 1,000, and so the credits gets used as you add more data sets or run analytics inside the ArcGIS Online platform and so on. It's a very minimal IT overhead, and you can relatively get started easily. The enterprise, on the other hand, is, yes, you'll have to still have to work with Esri on the licensing, the infrastructure, and the IT staff. You need to manage your own infrastructure, networking, firewalls, security, databases, and the staff that need to handle all of this. There is a higher operational responsibility in terms of all that you want to manage for the enterprise. And the use cases are generally, ArcGIS Online can be a good one for small to mid-sized teams, but can also be used for large-sized teams. But that's where you get started. Public and private apps, no issues with ArcGIS Online, quick project deployment, and ArcGIS Online is also FedRAMP moderate designated. So if you have some requirements in terms of FedRAMP moderate, ArcGIS Online is a good place to start. Enterprise, on the other hand, it can give you even more flexibility in terms of you have a government sector or a regulator sector, you want FedRAMP moderate or even FedRAMP high, state ramp, NIST compliance or CMMC, or anything like you want more control in terms of compliance. Enterprise gives you more option, and it can also handle more in terms of sensitive data such as PII, so personally identifiable information. Those things you may not want to put it on internet, so you can control it more in an enterprise environment. And you can also integrate other things and complex workflows since you have more control over your enterprise. And the other hybrid approaches, yeah, you can use enterprise for internal and sensitive data sets, ArcGIS Online for external and public sharing apps, so you get the best of both worlds. So to put it simply, the decision guide. Choose ArcGIS Online if you need speed, simplicity of setup, and you have very limited IT resources. It's a cloud-first approach, and you generally get the latest features. Also, all the AI stuff that at the opening session that we went through, all the new stuff that you have there are already available inside ArcGIS Online. So you get to have the latest features very quickly. Choose enterprise if you need full control and security and compliance requirements, and you have a good IT and GS team to manage all the nuances of the hardware, software, networking stuff, and you need customization. And last but not least, you can still choose a hybrid option if you have both the above needs. It offers the most flexible solution, and it's very common in large organizations. I'll leave it there.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Our next, you can stop your screen sharing, Ravi. Our next presenter is Eliza Gross from USGS. Eliza, do you want to go ahead and share your screen?
Hey there.
I'm gonna wait I'll go ahead and give you an extra minute. So go ahead and share your screen. The title of Eliza's presentation is How to Download USGS 3D Hydrography Program Data by Hydrologic Unit using ArcGIS Pro. Eliza Gross, USGS, take it away.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. You're good to go. We can see
Great,
your
thanks.
presentation.
So I'm just going to jump right into this with some background information. So at the USGS National Geospatial Program, we're really focused right now on, or we have been focused for probably the last decade on collecting quality level 2 or better LiDAR elevation data across CONUS. And we're doing that through the 3D elevation program. We're almost complete with our baseline data acquisition. And in the Mid-Atlantic region, that baseline data has been available for a couple years now, I believe. And we're also working in some areas on collecting an additional quality level 2 data or moving on to quality level 1 data acquisition. And in collecting this high quality data, we're finding that our hydrography data doesn't really match what's going on the landscape. So in this screenshot, it's comparing the NHD or National Hydrography data set in pink to some of our updated data that we've derived through our 3D hydrography program. So what we're working on now is deriving updated hydrography data from that quality level 2 elevation data and replacing the NHD with the updated data. And we've got a smattering of projects working on this across the country. In the Mid-Atlantic, you can see we've got good coverage here in Pennsylvania. NRCS is really focused on putting funding towards updating the hydrography data in the Chesapeake Bay watershed, and also the state of Delaware funded their own statewide project, and NRCS chipped in some money to cover some counties in Maryland and some hydrologic units that in Pennsylvania and New Jersey that surround the state. But as far as where we actually have data published, it's pretty sparse. So with all the in-progress projects, we've got data coming down the pike, but this is really where you can access the updated data right now. So we've got a portion in Washington, a couple 8-digit hydrologic units in Alaska, a 10-digit hydrologic unit in Tennessee, and then we've got in the Mid-Atlantic, we've got an 8-digit hydrologic unit in Pennsylvania, and that's what we're going to focus on today how to access and download the data. So if you go to the 3DHP webpage and click on the Access 3DHP Data Products on the left menu there, it'll take you to the Data Products webpage, and there are links on the webpage to 3DHP resources and then our legacy NHD resources that are no longer being updated. And we're gonna click on the 3DHP Web Services card there, and it'll take you to the National Map Services 3DHP webpage. And then we're gonna right click on the USGS 3DHP All Feature Service link and hit the copy link. And then we're gonna open ArcGIS Pro session. And in the map menu ribbon under the layer section, you can select the add data from path. And then that window will open and you can paste that copied link and hit the add button, and it'll pull the web feature service in. The web feature service automatically comes into your session with some restrictions on the zoom level for viewing, because if you're zoomed out really far, it'll load like the data for the entire country and it takes a long time. So you've got to zoom in there for the data to pop up. So I've zoomed in here to our area of interest, and you can see in the data the difference here, the data with a high data density, like all the little stream features, that's the updated 3DHP data. And then the data that is not very dense, that's the NHD data. So we're working on replacing that NHD data. So we're right on the edge here of our area of interest. So if we go back to the National Map Services 3DHP webpage, hit the back button on the web browser, to get back to this page to access the 3DHP data products, we're going to go down to the Web Map Services section and click on the WBD card. So WBD stands for Watershed Boundary Data Set. So it'll take you to the WBD webpage on the National Map Services, and we're going to right-click on the 8-digit hydrologic unit sub-basin feature service link and hit the copy link. And then we're going to go back to our ArcGIS Pro session and do add data from path again, paste the link that we just copied and hit the add button. And then in order to view this layer, we need to zoom out. So, and you can go into the web feature services properties and change those zoom settings if you want to. But for the purposes of this tutorial, we're just going to zoom out here until the HUC 8 boundaries appear. And then we're going to open up our select tool, the select by rectangle, and we're going to click the HUC 8 with number 02, 05, 03, 02, and that's that upper Juniata watershed that we're interested in. And we're going to make sure it's selected and highlighted blue. And then we're going to open up the select by location tool. And we're going to, the window opens, and then we're going to pull in for our input features, the features from the 3DHP web feature service that we're interested in. We're going to keep this selected records option on so that we're only pulling the selected records, and select the 8-digit hydrologic unit and hit OK. And we're going to zoom into that area of interest just to double check and make sure only the features are selected in our area of interest. Make sure we did that right. And then we're going to go into the geoprocessing pane, and we're going to find the Create File Geodatabase tool to create a geodatabase. So we've found the tool, we're going to open it up, and for, you can select your file geodatabase location, give it a name, and hit Run. And then we're going to go back and find the feature class to geodatabase tool. So we're going to open that tool up, and we're going to pull in all of our layers here that we want. You could pull in the 8-digit hydrologic unit layer 2 in addition to any of those feature classes or feature services from the 3DHP web feature service. And we're going to keep that default use selected records there and hit the run button. And then we can add the resulting feature classes to the map and, you know, verify that everything's there. And then once you've done that, you're ready to go. You can open up the attribute table and really start exploring everything, but that's for a different day and a different presentation. So if you want to complete this process on your own, we've got an online video tutorial, and I'll make sure to put the links and things in the chat as well as my contact information. Yeah, feel free to get in contact with me if you have any questions or want more information about the 3D hydrography program. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Morgan Seibert from Plenary. Morgan, do you want to go ahead and share your screen?
Sure.
Turn on
Yep.
your audio.
Okay. All right. Can you guys see my screen?
Not yet. I think
Oh,
there's a two-step process where you have to share and then pick what you're sharing.
how
Yeah.
about it?
Now we can see it.
All right. Great.
Okay. The title of Morgan's presentation is Using GIS for Smarter Water and Sewer Management at Northampton Bucks County Municipal Authority. More take away.
Great. Thanks, Brendan. All right. So good morning. I'm Morgan Seibert. I'm a GIS analyst at Plenary. So today I'm presenting on smarter water and sewer management at Northampton Bucks County Municipal Authority. So Bethany, we're a multidisciplinary consulting firm based out of Philadelphia. We have over 50 offices across the East Coast. Our GIS team is pretty small, but we do a lot of work developing web applications and mobile data collection forums for our clients. So we are often working hand in hand with our engineering team, which is how this project with Northampton kind of came to be. We are their municipal engineer. So Northampton, NBCMA, also known as, is a municipal authority in Bucks County, PA. They manage both water and sanitary sewer utilities for the township, and they serve about 37,000 residents over 26 square miles. So it's pretty expansive infrastructure that they're mapping. And over the last few years, we've really helped GIS become their central part of their day-to-day activities. So they are managing their assets, inspections, maintenance activities, and planning projects through their GIS. So I'm going to do sort of like a quick lightning talk of all the maps that we've put together for them that have been really useful to streamline their operations. So ArcGIS Online is our basis for them. We put together an ArcGIS Online enterprise site for all of their data, maps, and applications that we developed. And it is really the hub for them and their daily activities. So we have integrated information from systems like OneMark, OpenGov Asset Management, GraniteNet, also their CCTV inspection data, as-built drawings, maintenance records, field data collection workflows, you name it. So the goal is that all of their staff, as well as our engineers, can access all of the data in one location. It's all an authoritative data source, and they're not like combing through and searching for disconnected sources to find what they need. So a big part of this effort has also been making sure that the apps and maps that we're developing are really accessible by non-GIS users. So we're making sure that, you know, obviously not everyone has that background in GIS, so you want them to be able to use the application simply and be able to understand it. Sometimes the simpler, the better. So this little video clip here, this is the primary utility application that they're using daily. And this app is bringing together their water and sewer utilities all into one single interface. So one thing I'm highlighting here is the one mark layer. So you'll see these red polygons. This is part of an integration we did with OneMark, so that they are an integration service that connects to the PA one call system. So that's the call before you dig number you're supposed to call. And this ticket information is flowing directly into their GIS from the state system. So you can view that alongside their utilities. And they're also using this app to help support their lead service line tracking requirements, their CCTV inspections, connection management plan for their future customers, as well as tracking lining progress of their sewer mains. So this app is, we built in Experience Builder. So a lot of the stuff in this app might be pretty basic as far as what the abilities of Experience Builder are, but the function that it's providing them is really necessary. So from this app, the users can search addresses or assets. They view all of the as-built. So every asset in this map has the as-built plans attached, so they can easily identify nearby infrastructure. They can also view their water and sewer customers from here and visualize future and ongoing projects. So we kind of been continuously refining this app over time based on the user feedback. You know, we work closely with them. And originally we developed this app in Web App Builder. So within the last year, we've transitioned to Experience Builder, and it's been a good transition to kind of get to use some of the new functionalities and designing of Experience Builder rather than Web App Builder. And along with that overall utilities web app, we developed some more specific project apps like this extension tracking editor app. This is used mostly by our engineers internally that are working on these water extension projects. So the parcels are identified by a project phase, and there's the list of status fields shown there. So the users can come into this app, use the edit widget, and update the status of all of these different fields using these dropdowns. And we developed these dropdowns just using the smart forms in the map. So we have that. They can update the record, and then also added some filters so they can easily visualize and kind of understand what's going on, and see that right on the map. And then the table at the bottom can help easily export all those features that they're looking at. Another key piece for Northampton is public awareness. So this sewer rehab app is a public-facing app, so it's allowing users to view the tracking of the different projects in their area. We use an instant app template for this, so it allows the residents to click on the map or search by their address, and they can view all relevant project information for their property and for their neighbors as well. So they can scroll through, see the details of each phase, and then they can also click and view any relevant attachments or photos that are associated with their property. And last thing I want to highlight is another integration we did with OpenGov Asset Management. So this is a big one for them. They were able to link directly to our GIS using the map URL. And it's a two-way integration, so the data is synced nightly. So anything that's entered into the GIS is syncing right into their system. We currently don't have anything coming back into the GIS, but it's kind of a future project. We're hoping to do some dashboarding with that, because they're using OpenGov for all of their work order management. So this one here is the hydrant flushing. They do everything in here though. So you can click on any of the features that you want to see, filter by project status, and view all the associated costs with each project to track how much it has been done so far. So moving forward with Northampton, we're planning on expanding and refining their GIS. And there's always data cleanup and more assets to verify. So we're going to start looking into some additional mobile workflows, and also, like I mentioned, want to explore dashboarding with the OpenGov asset management. And kind of as their needs evolve, we can adapt their GIS to what they need and continue to help support them on a daily basis and in the long run. And that is all I have. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to reach out or drop your questions in the chat and I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Graham Blanks from Dewberry. Graham, are you ready? You're on mute.
Yes, I'm ready. One moment.
Sure. And just to clarify, is your talk a 10-minute talk or a 20-minute talk? I have it on this agenda as 11:50 to 12:10.
It was supposed to be a 10-minute talk.
And no one's going to complain about getting an extra 10 minutes so much. So just for people's awareness, we'll go 11:50 to 12, and then our lunch break will be from 12 to 12:30, and then we'll start back up again when we go to breakout rooms. So if you want to go ahead and share your screen. Graham, I don't have the title of your presentation. I'll go ahead and let you share that with everybody. But Graham,
sure.
Blanks from Dewberry.
Yep. The title of my presentation is Attribute Rules, the way to be lazy the correct way. Let me share my screen real quick. Okay, so what are attribute rules? Attribute rules are essentially the ArcGIS way of running a chunk of code whenever a record is added, edited, or deleted into some type of database. This can be on an SDE, it can be on a local database, really anything. And essentially what it does is it runs a chunk of arcade code whenever you add an item to a specific feature class, or you can set it on a bunch of different things and you can put different rules on them, so it does a lot of different things. One of the main things and one of the easiest things that you can do is have a separate ID counter. So that's what I have right here. Right here, I just have a sample point layer. Right now, it doesn't have any attribute rules on it. As you see, I go ahead, I create a bunch of points, and nothing gets filled out. If I go over to the attribute rules tab, you'll see that the attribute rules, you can have multiple attribute rules. They have a name. They are all associated with a field, and then they have this chunk of code. Chunk of code can do anything. This one is just taking the greatest ID and adding one and returning it. So if I go ahead and I turn this one on, and I go over back into here, and I put down a new point. As we can see, the ID got set to 1, put another point, it got set to 2, 3, and so on. Now this is a very basic, very easy way to use attribute rules just to create something simple that's just self-referential. All it does is care about whatever layer it is currently in and the other information. You can do that with basically any other field. So if you want to keep like a running sum or anything like that, you can do exactly that. The next use case that I have is getting data from another field. So another layer that you have on the map, on the data, like in your database. So right here, I have the Virginia Counties database. And the next rule that I have is it gets the name of the county that you put the point in, and it puts it into the county field. So I'm going to go ahead, activate that one, save. I go back to the map, create a new point. I put it into this larger area. We can see this is showing up as Fairfax County. Now we go into the smaller area right here. See Fairfax City, go over to here. We have Arlington. So you're able to, again, you're able to do this with really any other fields, any other layers that you have that the database will have access to. You can just get the field. You could also like create buffers around things, get the names of anything that intercepts with the buffer. You can do anything like that. Another useful thing is you can do actual geometry calculations using attribute rules. So I'm going to go back over and I'm going to turn on this county area one. Check that. Back over to the map. Now, when I create a point over in here, we see it automatically fills out the county area in whatever units. You can also change that to whatever you need it, if you need it in square miles. If you want to calculate, basically really anything that you can do with a like some type of analysis tool you can do within Arcade and calculate the geometry, calculate intersecting geometry, anything like that. Just also see if I go into here, different area is showing up. And then one of the last use cases that I will demonstrate is you can actually edit other layers when you're placing something down on one layer. So I will turn on this final attribute rule. And now this attribute rule creates something in my other layer called poly layer in that it creates a polygon equal to whatever county I put the point in. So I go ahead, I click into here, and we see a new polygon just showed up, and we look at poly layer, and it is over the county that I had selected. So this is a lot of the basic things that you can do with calculation attribute rules. These are very useful that you can do a lot of different things. You can have very complex code. Like I said, essentially anything that you can write in Arcade, you can have in here. There are also a handful of other things. So there are validation attribute rules. These are a little bit more complicated to actually implement, but essentially it allows you to use the error investigator and have certain rules so that things will pop up as errors, but it won't actually prevent you from placing down a point. So if I had, with the calculations, if I had some type of divide by zero, something that causes an actual error, it would fail to put down the point. Whereas with the validation rules, you can go in and you can actually check and see, like, okay, this is null, it shouldn't be null, but we don't want to prevent that from being created. So we check it with the validation. You can check a bunch of other stuff. Same type of thing. You can access other layers that are inside the same database. You can mess with really anything that you can code. And in general, attribute rules are just very helpful if you have a very set decision tree for something that you're putting down that you don't want to put in. You don't want to put down a point and then fill out the county. Put down a point, fill out a county. You don't want to put down a polygon, look at the area, type the area in, that type of stuff. So in general, it just helps you not do the same thing over and over and have a lot of things go automatically within a database. That is all that I have. Feel free to ask any questions.
Awesome. That's a really useful tool. I have, or concept, I have used it. And our presenters this morning have got us ahead of schedule, which, again, as somebody who freaks out over time, is awesome. Our next, I want to circle back around if anybody who was not on of our regional from MISJIC or UNBC if you wanted to say a few words. Sue, you have your hand raised. I'll let you.
Yeah, and I just wanted to ask somebody who can actually do it, because I have had no luck doing it, but can we put a link to the officer voting and nomination form in the chat and ask people to please vote during lunch?
Errol, are you able to do that?
Or Dan?
Or Dan? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have Daniel. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Thanks.
get with Brian and see if we can get that sorted.
What do you need? Just the link?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on.
You got it,
Awesome.
Brian?
You got it?
No, I was saying you got it.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
You just
Okay.
want me to
Cool.
post the link in there? Okay.
Yes,
Give me a
please.
second. Yep, give me a second.
Okay, with that, I'm going to, unless anybody has anything else for the good of the group, I'm going to release us for lunch and give us an extra 13 or so minutes. So we're going to reconvene at 12:30. When we come back, we're going to have breakout rooms. There'll be one breakout room and one main session. Actually, there's going to be, I might do that as well, no, we'll just do one breakout room in the main session. So if you want to stay in the main track, you don't go to the breakout room. So you're going to be able to pop in and out, and I'll remind you of this when we come back. But we're going to break for lunch. I'm going to put up a slide that says we're at lunch and that we come back at 12:30. Look forward to seeing everybody when we return from
Do we
lunch.
have a slide for the agenda so folks know what's in the different breakout rooms?
I can put one up. What I was going to do is just put up that we're at lunch. And then I guess I can come back a little bit early and share that so people can look and see what's in the breakout rooms. The other thing I could ask our folks if maybe we could post the agenda so people could in the chat as well. Actually, I may be able to do that. So let's do that.
Perfect. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, I posted the nomination form. Somebody tried to make sure it's the correct link, please.
Trying now. Yep. Looks like it.
Oh, looks good. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Okay, I'll post up the slide.
Not on the meeting. I've been trying to trim that. Oh, there.
Steve, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
hear you.
Why don't you go ahead and just, for everybody else's sake, we're just testing some audio during lunch. We're not going to pick up till 12:30, but we're just going to test to make sure you can share the audio with the video. There should be something when you share that says include computer audio.
Yeah, I think I might actually cut that part out, but I think I found that with my daughter. I'm going to share the. I just want to make sure that you can see the. This is a particular slide that I was talking about. Include computer audio. Okay. All I need to know is if you can hear it.
Right.
You can hear the audio.
Let me know when you run it.
Let's go.
Interfaces of the 3D scan clouds with cloud
We can hear it.
plugin. We can hear it. In Civil 3D
Okay.
allows the same visualization of the point cloud with little latency as the
And you can see everything okay?
3D scene environment. As well as
Okay. I just wanted to, because I was running it remotely from another workstation. It's running on a workstation. Okay, thank you.
And creation of some
Hello. Hello. Oh.
Folks, I'm going to go ahead. It's 12:25. I'm going to create the breakout session for our two tracks. And I'm going to briefly share my screen, which has what's in each track. And actually what I will do is see if I can copy the agenda
Okay.
into the draft, into the chat.
Brendan, can you hear me?
I can.
And tell me something. Do you see my slides going up and down?
I do.
Thanks.
I'm hoping for you that's a good thing.
It is, with these things, I don't know why I still get a little bit frazzled with this connectivity thing.
Try being the guy behind the curtain one day. Okay,
boy.
so let me see if I can add this to the chat. I'm going to create the breakout rooms now. There's going to be one breakout room and then this main room. If you can stop sharing for us. Are you the first one up in the main one?
You said you want me to stop sharing?
Are you? I'm sorry. Who's this? Who's sharing?
John Mosheim.
You can keep sharing. That's fine.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay, so there is a breakout session. Let me go ahead and see if I can. This is to everyone.
Brendan, what have people been doing? Having their video on, or doesn't matter?
Generally, protocol would suggest don't have it on. It's just you can. I'm sorry, you can have your video on, absolutely. But for everybody else won't. They'll generally have their video off. It's appropriate for you to have your video on while you're speaking.
Okay, let me see if I can figure that one
You don't
out.
have to. It's okay.
Okay. Let me see. I might have it on.
I was going to say I won't be able to have mine on.
That's fine.
Because,
It really
usually
doesn't.
I'm up at 1. Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how to add.
Wow.
I don't seem to be able to post to add anything to the chat, add an attachment in the chat. Let me ask you that. Let me ask the participants this: when you registered, do you guys have copies of the agenda? Or do you want me to send it out? Does anybody not have it?
If you click the, or at least for me on the web version, it's the three dots in the bottom right corner. There's a section called content where you can add a file.
Oh. Got it. Thank you. Okay, so I just, can everybody see the, can everybody, I went ahead and added the attachment. So if you go to content, you all should be able to see it. Can anybody verify that for me?
Brenda, what
Looks
is
like
the?
I can download it anyway.
Yeah. So if you guys go on the very bottom right corner, okay, good. I'm seeing a couple of, all right, so it is 12:30. Let me just go over it really quickly for the presenters in case you don't know. At 12:30 to 12:50 in the breakout session is Experience Builder tips and tricks. That's Delaney Resweber from Dewberry from 12:30 to 12:50, and this session is Josh Mosheim from GHG Engineering. 12:50 to 110 is, in this one is Dermis Caesar, then Drew Perzicki from 110 to 130. Tom Linsmeyer is 130 to 150. Alicia Glassman, 150 to 210. Gurmai Araya from 210 to 230. And actually, those last three, there's only one session. So if you didn't hear your name, you're in the breakout session. So Delaney, Robert, Steve, and Chip, you guys are all in breakout session ones. You guys got it?
And
Okay.
have you made the breakouts yet?
I did. You should be able to join. Oh, sorry. Okay. So breakout session one, you should have the option to join the breakout session. This session will be the main track.
Yep.
Is everybody okay? I'm seeing people go into the breakout session. And
you want me to take
Errol,
this one, Brennan?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Errol, you'll take this one. I'll jump into the
breakout.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, no, I need you to take that one and stay here because I don't know if I'll be able to
Okay.
add people. So let's do it that way.
You want me to? Okay, go to the breakout. Wait,
please.
How do I? Where do you go to do that? It's in the more breakout. Join the breakout set. Okay, got it. Okay.
All right.
Cool.
All right. So in this main session, our first speaker is Josh Mosheim. Did I pronounce that right?
Mosheim.
Mosheim.
Mm-hmm.
The presentation is large language models and GIS practical examples. I'll give you a warning when you're at 2 minutes. I'll give you an extra 2 minutes since we're starting a couple minutes late. So I'll let you take it away, sir.
Hey, thank you very much. Well, I thank you everybody for attending this short presentation. This presentation is meant to provide a short, qualitative picture of our experience using LLM assisted code development for GIS applications. We all know that we're going through a fairly exciting time as AI gets integrated into many of the things that we do, and GIS is no exception. So this this presentation and our work fits in that broader picture. I asked ChatGPT yesterday to give me a title or a saying, something, a message to put in this presentation and to name the title of it. So it came up with a practical view of AI, and then the words or the phrase, technology extends capability and judgment defines its value. And I thought this is like so applicable to AI in general, and how, well, example, large language models have given us incredible capability to learn and to work, faster and with larger topics. But how we use that is the big difference. So one of the things that we did last year was to start exploring, that was in 2025, start exploring software code development in ArcGIS Pro. So the default programming language for most AI applications, including ArcGIS Pro, is Python. In the case of Esri, it's ArcPy, and in the general world, is Python. So Python is a very versatile language, and that is, I'm gonna say, I wouldn't call it easy to learn. That's what I heard all the time, but I think nothing is easy. I mean, it takes time to learn. But it's a very versatile and powerful language. And it is like that because of what is called Python libraries. And these libraries are like modules, subroutines, etc., that enhances Python's capabilities in every single direction you can think of, in politics, in technical applications, engineering, nuclear engineering, gene splicing, GIS. It's just amazing. There's many thousands of these libraries available, and I'm gonna venture thousands, maybe, if not many hundreds of these libraries that are geared towards GIS work. Some of these libraries, a reduced set of these libraries, of this open source libraries, they're open source, are already available and are part of the ArcGIS package. So we already have them in our, I guess, stack, so to speak. And so when we start, I would recommend that and this is what we did and I did, is when you start working with the libraries, it's very important not to corrupt the Python environment in ArcGIS Pro. And I'm going to say it's fairly easy to inadvertently do that. So a very important thing to do is when you're going to be doing that is to clone what is called to clone your environment. And you can do that within ArcGIS Pro. You can clone. So you're operating in an environment that is separate from the ArcGIS Pro software. And then you eliminate the risk of corrupting ArcGIS Pro, which you don't want to do. Nobody wants to do it. So these libraries, for example, a couple of ones that are listed there, there's GeoPandas. It's a data analysis tool, kind of spreadsheet-like, and that can handle geographical coordinates. So you can do operations with your geographical coordinates, for example. NumPy is for matrix applications. Matplotlib, PyPlot, it's a charting, plotting application that, regardless if you use ArcGIS Pro or not, it's very useful to know. That chart that you see there, that heat map of houses was done with Matplotlib. And one that you're going to use if you get into it, and that we use a lot, is this one at the very end, that is OS, and OS stands for operating system, and it lets you do all file management operations, like check if a folder is open, copy one file from one folder into another, etc. So again, there's a plethora of libraries available, both inside of Python, of ArcGIS Pro, and outside of ArcGIS Pro. So this is kind of an introduction to show the blocks of code that were used to produce that plot that we just saw. And I forgot to say that the code, I'm going to say 90% of the code was developed by ChatGPT, and to a smaller extent, Gemini from Google. And the basic structure of that program to make that heat map is listed here. So I guess so under each of those headings, what you would have is the actual code. I just extracted the comments part. And so that you would have the code. And we'll see a little bit more about the code generation part of it in the next slides. But I think what I'd like to express and perhaps encourage people that are interested is that the universe that available to do this kind of work is just very large, and that includes the use of ArcGIS Pro together with the open source libraries that it has, work with standalone Python code that calls ArcGIS Pro through an API and uses Python, ArcPy for, as a software, as the big glue to tie everything up. This is an example of one of the things we worked on. This chart shows the end result of that. And what we needed to do was we needed to digitize road road shape files to end up with less than 20 interpolation points having a predefined maximum error in terms of distance deviation, like a linear regression type thing of an error of less than, and we needed that because we had another piece of software, part of the chain, that needed those numbers, that was reading those numbers, and those numbers being for each point in the interpolated road polyline. It needed to read that number and do operations based on that input. So, and it essentially it was latitude, longitude, and elevation. And for that, if I remember well, we use ArcGIS Pro to do part of the work, and the elevation we did through the raster DEMs files, which we brought from USGS. Like I think there's a presentation regarding that today, and then that information was processed in different ways to produce tables of CSV files that this other piece of software could read. So it probably is something that you've all heard, CSV files. Essentially, what a CSV file is, it's just comma separated values, but when you read it in Excel, it looks like a spreadsheet. It's very very easy to see what the data is. And here, what you see here are the different elements. This is what is called the pipeline, are the different execution steps that led us to. These are the different roads that we had to interpolate for that particular project. And this is what happened. One very important thing when you do this kind of work, and I think any kind of work in AI, and this is no exception, is what is called this HITL, human in the loop checks. What that means is there's always somebody, a person that knows what's going on, that is checking the information that the LLM is producing. And at the beginning, you have to be, it's more intense. And once you know that the process is working, it becomes more of a quality assurance check. But that I cannot stress how basic in terms of doing this kind of work and how important it is to do that. This is a diagram of the sequence of steps that we use to generate those interpolation points for the roads. I personally work better with flow diagrams. I'm a kind of graphics person. So this is sort of related to the slide that we saw before. For example, we had looked at the OS library, the operating system, what's called the operating system library for file management. So this is where it would be used, for example. This is where all the geoprocessing would occur, or most of the geoprocessing. Points, lines, status message, and this is where we're saving the results in my local, in our local drive, so it can be used. This part, this code dev procedures, is very. We found that by trial and error, and by just because the process of making things work, is super important. And what that is you're asking this essentially it's like a wild horse, an LLM, to go on a certain defined path. And if you don't instruct the LLM if you don't tell them what that path is, it'll go wherever it wants, to a large extent.
You have about 2
So,
minutes, John.
okay, I have, so that's a very important thing. Here is a little bit more detail about that, and I highlighted some that perhaps people would find useful, but it's the same thing. And this again, it's a little bit of this similar information of the specific instructions provided by the LLM for the project code generation. This is an example of the code, the finished code that was working. Some useful terms that we found are useful, I think. I want to kind of, this one here, hallucination and context window. They're particularly important to just at least keep in mind. Is the context window is essentially how much information can the LLM hold and see at one particular time. So what happens is when you're coding and you're asking to do this, do that, change the program to do something else, all that is being stored in the context window, which is like, say, the glass of water. And there reaches a point where there's so much information, if you've done like 4 variations of the software, that the LLM starts to go, get lost, essentially. And that, in terms of what you're doing, and starts to hallucinate and give you stuff that you're saying, no, this is not what I asked. And
John, I need you to wrap up because we're at time.
Yes, sure. And so I just wanted to leave it with that. I'm done.
Okay. All right.
And
awesome. And
yeah. So
so if
again,
anybody
thanks
has any
for
questions, oh sure, go ahead. Finish.
No, that's fine. I'm done.
Okay. If any, like, you can stop sharing. If anybody has any questions, they can
Okay.
put them in the chat for you. Dermis, if you can go ahead and share your screen.
Okay. I stopped sharing.
Hear me now? Okay, that's good. I'm gonna share right now my screen.
Yep. So Dermis, title is presentation is GIS as a visualization and integration platform for urban forestry. Dermis is from DZCIS. Take it away.
Yeah. Okay, you see my screen, my presentation right now, hopefully.
I do. I do.
Everybody sees no issues. Okay, thank you. And then good afternoon. I'm gonna talk about the GIS as a visualization and integration platform for urban forestry, related with the work that we do as a company with Montgomery County, especially like transportation department. And then I'm going to talk about first like our company a little bit and myself as a founder, and then variety of the DOT applications we developed for the Montgomery County Department of Transportation as well. That's what I'm going to be talking about. And I have been in the GIS asset management field for about 28 years right now, over 2 decades, with a variety of awards, rewards in 2004, 2014, and 2022, essentially, Esri Achievement, Special Achievement Awards, and Smart Water Project of the Year Awards, essentially. And I was one of the 59 instructors outside the Esri, essentially, to teach the GIS. I'm still teaching my own GIS classes, teaching at the universities, by the way, and teaching in GIS, IS engineering fields. And then I have the company since 2011. And then I established it in Texas and moved it to the North Carolina, and then right now in Virginia, a small business company, essentially, as corporation. And I have these certifications and quite a bit of experience as to the IT, GIS, asset management, especially their customization, automation, using variety of technology tools like Microsoft products or the Oracle, SQL Server, Esri JS or open source JS, things like that. And even the Google Maps right now, I have been using heavily, by the way, for some of the projects that we do. And these are some of the example projects that I have done through my company, flood management, emergency management application, regional watershed management system, or in a variety of organizations that I work for, enterprise JS upgrade, or enterprise JS architecture, and things like that, essentially, I have developed. And I'm going to be talking about the urban forestry management, especially being taken care of by the Department of Transportation or the public works departments of the cities or counties. That's what I'm going to be talking about in this presentation, more of. I mean, in the DOT, we had an application quite obsolete, like using DBase files, have been used like over decades, essentially developed by some private company. Custom application essentially being offered for the arborists to conduct variety of tree management related work, for example, pruning, planting, cutting, you name it, all sorts of things, like for the trees along the street network. I may put it that way, more of. And then we have been asked to retire this application. It was using old server, already obsolete technology-wise, already obsolete database-wise, already obsolete with the methodology-wise, you name it. And then we have taken over this application and then modernized it using the .NET platform, using the Google Maps at the background, using the Azure services, for the assets, using the what's called our CRM, CBEL-based, what's called essentially Montgomery County 311 system, essentially, customer relationship management system. I'm using the what's called essential asset management system. Right now, we are using the SQL Server at the background to manage the assets, essentially, as an asset management system model. And we talked about the CityWorks, using the CityWorks as well, connecting with the CityWorks, but for the time being, we are using our own custom asset management solution based on the SQL, by the way, at the background. This application, even though it appears to be small, but it's quite robust, I should say. It uses the Google Maps API, Google Streets API. It uses the Azure services. It uses the what's called essential CBEL API, REST API especially, like through which we interact with the CBEL CRM system. And it uses the SQL Server database to store inspection work orders, things like that, as well, as I already expressed. And this is kind of a filtering capabilities in the application. We kind of put the filter on the left-hand side, as you see. And then we put kind of an arborist, essentially, when they log in, you are going to see they are going to be recognized who logged in. Essentially, we have a single sign-on enabled, or what's called implemented for the application, they are going to be recognized who they are, and then they could kind of even find out the service request that has been assigned to them. They could kind of find out what they have at certain location as to the service request, as to what's called assets. When I say assets, more of a trees, tree sites, I may put it that way. They could kind of find out the priority work orders, priority what's called service requests. They could find out anything and everything about what's called trees, essentially, and associated work and inspection items, essentially work requests when it comes to the inspections and work orders. And then again, at the background, they have access to Google Maps, and then at the same time, they have access to the Esri REST service. We are combining both together to provide a seamless user experience for the users. And this is what's called essentially, as we call down or get into the what's called a certain location, certain address. Users would be able to see the service requests associated with that address or around that address. 1 mile buffer we are kind of drawing around and then showing the what's called what service requests out there, whether they are kind of already addressed, they are closed, or they are, with the assigns, whether there are, issues, with these work orders or the service requests in a nutshell. They may not have the assigned assets, or they may not have the what's called completion done, depending on the what's called essentially completion of the service request or asset assignment, the coloring or the symbology will change in our application. And we are dynamically creating what's called this service request legend on the upper right corner, as you see. As we see the what's called the layers on the map, and then we are applying the scale-based rendering as well. At the same time, on the right-hand side, you see like special pane, like showing the assets and the service request. Like users kind of could relate the service request with the associated assets by dragging and dropping the what's called service request to the asset, and then it automatically kind of links with the what's called service request with the assets associated with it. And then they could zoom in, they could edit the asset information, not only service request, but also asset information could be edited. And they could visualize anything and everything applicable to the what's called tree management activities. Again, from the perspective of service requests, from the perspective of inspections and work orders, they could see anything and everything being done at the moment through this application. And then again, it's formed by the three major work pieces, business as part of a business process. Everything pretty much starts with the service request, continues with the inspection. Like first of all, find out whether there is a work needed or not, type of a deal based on what's called complaint or based on the feedback you get from the service request. And then depending on the work needed or work not needed, it continues with the work order, essentially for the work to be done, like whether it be pruning, whether it be planting, whether it be cutting off the trees, clearing the area, you name it. And then with the service request, we have tons of attributes being collected based on what's required by the business. And then they could see this information, they could update the information, they could get the driving directions as you see right over here. They could kind of find out where the service request being kind of hauled at, what's the address, all this stuff. And they could see the what's called essentially ownership information as to the what's called what we are talking about, tree maintenance request, and then what kind of a service request is it? Is it pruning? Is it kind of a planting or something else, removal or something else? They could see it. And then on the right-hand side, they could see what's out on the screen based on what's called a smaller circle. And then what assets kind of around the what's called service request. And then what we could, if it's not being assigned to the asset, they could kind of direct the what's called service request button and then assign the asset as such, visually pretty much. To make it easy, instead of typing, they could just drag and drop, and then this asset and service request being linked, as I already expressed. Then from the get-go, one of the things we have done, for example, showing the emergent service request right away, so that the people are aware of, like they are being filtered on the map, and they could see it from the get-go. Like first thing, as soon as they open up the application, they are going to be seeing how many emergency service requests exist out there. These are in general, tree broke down and then closing the road, or some other items essentially that requires immediate attention of the what's called DOT stuff. Immediate removal, immediate what's called planting, whatever you name it, based on the business decision. And this is another screen, like showing the inspection piece. Again, we are providing these forms to kind of be able to edit the inspections, work orders, service requests based on what's applicable, what's based on the latest up-to-date information. And they could kind of, as you could see, like in this next screen, I'm showing the work order form. They could save the work order, complete the work order, and close the SR. They could cancel the work order, like similar to any asset management system. We are providing the capabilities of the asset management systems for the urban forestry in a nutshell in our custom developed application. We're using a variety of background technologies like Google Maps, Esri REST services, Seibert REST API, all this stuff. And they could kind of attach the imagery, especially in the urban forestry business. I mean, like, attaching before and after work essentially is critical for business decision, for business rules. So we are providing the capabilities to attach the imageries or the photography or images, whatever. They could kind of bring it from the field, and they could, attach it and then to show how was it before the work and then how was it after in the nutshell. And
You're not
then
speaking. Please mute.
they could see the asset information. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're fine. Just I wanted to make sure everybody else.
Looks like there's an echoing somehow. And then other than that, we develop like when we work with the Montgomery County, like DOT patrol application for the public to report the potholes on the roads, street network being maintained and managed by the Montgomery County DOT. That's a simple application, like, users could file the service request essentially based on what they see on the transportation network being maintained and managed by the county itself. And then we develop internal patrol application. It's more than patrol, actually, variety of needs essentially to be done on the transportation network, roads, streets, street networks being maintained and managed by the Montgomery County DOT, like, for example, leaf removal, litter removal, mowing, all this stuff essentially could be documented in the internal application and send out as a service request for the DOT personnel to take care, or DOT division to take care accordingly in this application. This is an extensive version of the patrol, not only patrols, but other items, other work items essentially applicable to the DOT being listed in the internal service request application. I may put it that way. And then, of course, they could kind of see more information in this internal version of the application. They could add the service request information. They could attach the imageries, you name it, all sorts of capabilities out there. And they could document, who's that being assigned, address, coordinate information, you name it. And this is another screenshot, for example, like filing a service request related with the cloud storm drain along the street network. And then another application we developed is a public reporting application, which is critical for stormwater infrastructure management along the road to network. And then county has been reimbursed based on work being done, by the way, because of the flooding aspect of the what's called this stormwater infrastructure in a nutshell. And then we are kind of providing through the experience builder based custom application capability to report essentially what kind of work being done, what kind of materials being used, what kind of labor being used, how much did it cost, and then like to make the filing, to make the what's called reporting easier for internal and regulatory purposes, essentially with this application, cartograph reporting application. And this is, for example, they could again filter through based on the variety of criteria, cost information, total cost information, service request status, and things like that. Based on the date range, they could find out what has been done as to stormwater infrastructure along the street network is concerned. Whether they place some kind of pipe drainage, they put out some kind of repair work related with the drainage along the streets, or something else, whatever they may have done. They could see it through this application. It has the capabilities to print, find out the locations, summarize the information, export the map, export the data, like through the Excel or some other like PDF formats. Similar to we have provided the same capabilities for tree management application as well. They could kind of get the report of the data that they see on the screen at the same time. They could get what's called friendlier or crisp version of the report using as a PDF as well. And they could filter the data, as I already expressed. These are some of the representative projects we have done as a company, like tree management application. That's what I talked about essentially. Source request management application, CityWorks upgrade and automation. To support some other client, by the way. And then National Park Service support, like Enterprise JS support with tons of what's called Enterprise JS components, Esri-based components, by the way. And then Washington JS modernization project, related to the small work tool, Esri JS migration and utility network, UPDN 7 migration work, essentially. That's what it is in a nutshell. These are some of the representative projects that I have done for my company as well. With that, I'd like to stop here. Again, I kind of browse through or cruise through the slides. Sorry about my speed, but because of time limitations. But if there is any questions, I'll be more than happy to take. Thank you.
Right, and I'm going to ask, thank you very much. And I'll ask everybody to put questions for the speakers in the chat. So next up is from the City of Alexandria, Karina Nowak, Steve Chosik, and Drew Perzicki.
You got it.
I got it. Awesome. The title of your presentation is City of Alexandria, Virginia Utility Network. And it's from the City of Alexandria and Timmins. So take it away, guys.
Alrighty. Thank you for that, and thanks everyone for showing up today. Definitely appreciate being here, and hope everyone's enjoying the day so far. We'll get into it, starting off with some introductions, and I'll let Karina start.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yay, good. One thing done. Okay. So thank you for having us. Again, thank you, Drew. I'm Karina Nowak. I am the GIS Program Manager for the City of Alexandria, and I'm joined here today by Steve Chosik. He is the Division Chief for the ETAA division of ITS in Alexandria. And we wanted to get together and show you guys the utility network project that we engaged Timmins to help us apply in the city.
All right, thanks, Karina. And my name is Drew Perzicki. I am a Senior Technical Analyst at Timmins Group. I was the utility network lead for this project, and I've been working with Timmins Group for about three and a half years now, primarily working on utility network implementation and migration projects. So today we're going to start off with a project background and overview. Then we'll get into some challenges and solutions before looking at outcomes, lessons learned, and looking ahead. Steve, over to you.
Yep. So, hi, Steve Chosik. I skipped myself on the first slide because Karina was good enough to introduce me. And I am indeed the Division Chief for the Emerging Technology Division here. But Alexandria, independent city just outside of Washington along the Potomac River. We have a nighttime population of about 160,000, which is also similar to our daytime population. So that stays pretty even as people come to work and people go out to work. We manage our own sanitary and stormwater collection networks. I've been with the city for over 20 years. I was the GIS program manager a very long time ago. But when I got here 20 years ago, one of our first big GIS projects was mapping the sanitary and storm networks in GIS. And we've been managing that same network for over 20 years up until this point and this utility network project. During that time, population has increased to about 30,000 since we built that network. We're a very old city, very old infrastructure. So given our growth, our proximity to the Potomac, the age of the infrastructure, this data is really critical for us in maintaining and planning improvements to the system, both for our staff and for the outside consultants that we use.
Awesome. Thanks, Steve. And just a little overview of Timmins Group. So we are a GIS and civil engineering firm. We've been in business for over 70 years now, with over 30 of those in GIS. Been an Esri partner since 1995, and at this point, I think we're at about 230-ish GIS and IT employees. Freedom.
Gotcha. When it goes to unmute, it sometimes takes a minute. Okay. So let's get into why we decided to migrate to the utility network in the first place. So like other people over the past 5 years, we've been trying to migrate from ArcMap to ArcGIS Pro, and one of our last groups that was still using ArcMap were our 2 sewer groups, and so they were sort of editing in an older style. We had a version on a database. The database was old, and so what we did is we decided that if we were going to train them on Arc Pro, that we might as well do, you know, somewhat of a lift and shift so that we could go and utilize the utility network, go to a simpler, style of editing and a upgraded data model so that it would be easier for our editors to kind of access that. So we had already have an on-prem enterprise, so we sort of wanted to leverage that as sort of a way to kind of reduce that friction between how they edit now versus how they're going to edit in Arc Pro. And we did want to kind of look at the advantages of using branch versioning versus traditional versioning. So it just seemed like a good opportunity to engage with Timmins and to help them help us kind of make that bigger move that we needed to do with that group. Drew, I think it's you.
Awesome. Thanks, Karina.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so just taking a look at the project overview. So all in all, it took about 16 months, so just under a year and a half to fully migrate. We'll take a look at the process itself in just a minute here, but from start to finish, just under a year and a half. So we migrated both the sanitary and stormwater data sets from the geometric network and ArcMap into ArcGIS Pro and the utility network, including with sanitary, the partial combined sanitary storm system. So that added a layer of complexity to that migration, but we'll get into that here in just a second as well. In addition to the utility network migration, we also prepared a data readiness assessment for Alexandria's data in the geometric network. So they were able to right away begin looking at any potential errors or any attribute issues that they can begin correcting at the start of the project and take the time during the project to ensure everything was connected and accurate by the time we were live. Another thing we needed to consider during this project was the integration with CityWorks for asset management. So our asset management group here at Timmins Group was working with Alexandria as well, making sure that the integration and reconfiguration with CityWorks was ready to go for the utility network schema changes and everything that comes with that. And then lastly, at the end of the project, we conducted training and user acceptance testing. Very important part. We'll get into that down the line here and talk more about what was all involved there. You can see here it's a fairly intricate process, starting off with the discovery going all the way to go live here. So fairly lengthy. You can see why it can take about a year and a half getting through a migration. So starting off here, I'm just going to walk through these different phases, starting off with kickoff and discovery. So this is the first opportunity that a lot of folks are going to be seeing the utility network being introduced to the project. So we'd like to take this opportunity to involve as many stakeholders as we can. Key to migration like this is involving them early and often. We make sure we have all that key feedback, all those decisions are being made, folks are aware of and involved when they need to be. So during this discovery process, we begin a data model review. So taking a look at Alexandria's feature classes, all of the fields and anything else that's touching their GIS, making sure we had a good understanding before doing anything else. So involved in the discovery sessions, like I said, is looking at the data models, talking to the users, listening to maybe any pain points, making sure we identify all the business requirements, things we need to keep in mind throughout the rest of the project. After that data model review, we then move into the data reviewer checks that I talked about earlier. So with these data reviewer checks, we can identify those errors or potential errors in the utility network, or maybe any data cleanup processes that should happen with attribute data or geometry. Make sure that Alexandria has a clear understanding of what they need to do to get the full functionality out of the utility network. So starting this early allows their users to begin that data cleanup process throughout the course of the project. After the data readiness assessment phase, we move into data modeling. So at this point, we have all of the information about Alexandria's data model, feature classes, fields, everything about their GIS data. We have a good understanding, good foundation. So now we can start to develop this data migration, data model migration matrix. This matrix is a spreadsheet that shows how all of their feature classes and fields will be mapping and migrating into the utility network schema. So if you're familiar with the utility network schema, you know that there are limited number of feature classes, and each of those feature classes are broken out by subtypes, which are called asset groups in the UM, and then underneath each of those asset groups are asset types. So the data model for the utility network is going to look significantly different to what is in the geometric network. So we map all this out so all the users, all the folks on the Alexandria side get a look at what their data is going to look like once they get to the utility network. You can see this was an iterative process. So allowing Alexandria to look at how the fields are migrating, or if we are removing any fields or changing the way the data is going to look and map, they have a chance to provide that feedback. We can make the adjustments so that way our foundation moving forward is solid. We don't want to move on to the next phase until everyone feels comfortable about where we're at. Once we develop that migration matrix, then we move into the actual data model. So making changes to the file geodatabase asset package. That's what this file geodatabase is called with the utility network solution. This asset package contains all the schema, configurations, editing tools, everything that goes into the utility network is stored within this asset package geodatabase. So everything we've developed in that migration matrix, we move into the data model itself. And from there, we can begin to migrate the data from the geometric network into the UN data model. So during the data migration phase, we use Say Software's FME. I can't begin to explain how much I love this application. It is wonderful for analysis, migration, and a number of other uses. FME is fantastic, so we use that for our data migration. That is how we load the data into that asset package. Over here on the right, you see we have that loaded, populated asset package that Alexandria can now begin to look at. They can begin to see the geometry, the different symbology, how the schema is laid out, what their data looks like in the utility network based on all the work that's been done so far. And from there, we can begin testing, making sure that we at Simmons Group are seeing all the functionality we're expecting out of the utility network. And again, this whole process is iterative. So we begin to make adjustments, make any necessary corrections to our migration process, or even the data model, right? How data from the geometric network is coming over. Again, we don't want to move on to the training and testing with inaccurate data or if someone's not comfortable with how the data looks, we want to make sure that everyone's on the same page and we're at a good point before moving on. So once that occurs and everything is good to go, we get the approval, we move into training and testing. So again, we're testing any necessary integrations at this point. We've published the services for the utility network. Now we can jump into training. So with Alexandria, we had a number of training sessions, starting off with just the intro to the utility network. So for some folks, the first time they heard about the utility network was during discovery, and we want to have a solid understanding, again, going into training. So just as a review process, making sure that everyone has a good foundational knowledge of the utility network before we move into editing, advanced editing, and administration workflows. So in addition to that, we developed a lot of training materials, reference documentation for users to go back and look at step-by-step processes. And we also held proctor training sessions. So myself and a couple others from the Timmins Group side be on a call during Alexandria users doing some testing. And if any issues came up or any questions arose, we were able to address those immediately while we were on the call. So that way folks would get that immediate feedback and could continue testing on versus having to wait to get any response. We could do that right on the call. So those proctor testing sessions were extremely helpful. And once we get through training and testing, everything looks good to go, then we can finally move into that final stage of the production deployment and go live. Again, all the adjustments we've made to the asset package and the configurations and the migration, all finalized now, and it's a streamlined process into the production environment before going live. So some challenges and solutions that came up during this project. The first we talked about, the sanitary data, includes the partial combined sewer storm system with those stormwater assets. So these stormwater assets were separate from the stormwater team's data. So sanitary maintaining its own combined and stormwater assets in addition to their sanitary data. So we needed to keep that in mind when building out the data model, building out the utility network configuration. So the solution for this was to further customize that data model. We started with the sanitary utility network solution, took that data model and built on top of that to allow for stormwater assets and combined assets as well. So you have those three different types of features. And we also developed network categories to build out various subnetworks for the sanitary system and stormwater system. So both of those could include combined assets and trace along each one depending on their needs. Next challenge was the sanitary and stormwater departments maintain separate schema and data. So their data models are different based on their needs. Even through the migration into the utility network, we had to keep that in mind and develop separate utility networks containing different data models, functionality, and standard operating procedures when it comes to their editing workflows. So just a couple additional things we needed to keep in mind when building out those solutions, working with each team separately to build out their own unique UNs. That way it fit their needs rather than trying to fit their needs into the utility network. And then lastly, big challenge was just time-consuming manual editing processes. So whether it's creating features in ArcMap or manually updating attributes and data in ArcGIS Pro, and with the utility network, we can implement custom editing tools. So we heard earlier about attribute roles. So we developed those for Alexandria, whether that's creating new asset IDs, populating fields from an intersection, or doing other immediate calculations as well as validation workflows. We also created contingent values and group edit templates as well. So the outcome of all this was two custom and separate utility networks. So like I said, stormwater had its own utility network, and then sanitary had its own utility network with separate data, separate functionality, customized for each department. Again, going back to the beginning of this project where we had that data readiness assessment. So at the end of the project, each team had clean data. So one thing I think may go under the radar a little bit as far as the utility network is that schema standardization, right? Having that structured data model complete with domain values, editing tools to prevent future errors, or at least make it a little hard to enter incorrect data.
Got 2 minutes, Drew.
Thank you. Again, we have the efficient user-based editing with the editing tools there. So some lessons learned through this project. So again, just because we had 2 different departments, 2 different systems, the processes that occurred were not as consistent as we may have thought at the beginning. Just the data cleanup and QAC processes took longer. As always, just make sure to test, and retest. And then lastly, having those training materials and documentation is great. The more the merrier. You can never have enough documentation and references for folks to lean on. And I'll let Karina take us home.
Yeah, thank you for the last 30 seconds. And yeah, just wanted to say that overall, this has been a very successful project. We got to work with a lot of our departments. And then also with that, the interest with other people who might need to use our data consultants, and particularly the the sanitary, whatever they're called, Alex Renew and this sewer treatment plant, sorry, are all interested in sort of understanding what the UN is and possibly thinking about moving towards it themselves. So we're also looking forward to some more integrations with the UN and CityWorks, you know, sort of building on the current configuration, but sort of adding on. And because we've used CityWorks for quite a while. So anyway, again, successful, happy to do it. Would work with Timmons again to get something like this done. So. Did I make it? I made it. 1:30.
You made it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, appreciate it.
All right. You can stop sharing and mute yourselves. And our next presenter is Tom Linsemeyer from GFT Incorporated. Tom, are you ready to share your screen?
I am. Yeah. Can you hear? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All
I
right.
haven't seen your presentation yet.
I'll pull it up here in a second.
Okay. And the title of Tom's speech is Modernizing Right-of-Way Cost Estimation with GIS at NCDOT. So take it away, sir.
Let's see if I'm pulling up the screen. Can you guys see the main page here? All
Yep, we got it.
Okay, cool. I'll ask y'all to bear with me a little bit because I am sick today, so my voice is not 100%, but I'll do my best here. So this project, this presentation I'm giving is about the cost estimate work that we've done with the North Carolina Department of Transportation. And I'll just kind of give a high level before I dive in. Is they had a lot of they were working kind of off the seat of their pants. They really weren't had any real processes. So the main thing that we had to do is we had to nail down a business process, refine how they were going to intake requests, process those requests, show those requests, generate the cost estimates, and relate them back to the users who requested them. All the while trying to provide transparency in the system, transparency to the costs and how the costs were generated, and create as much automation as possible so that the turnaround times, which was the main pain point, would be reduced. So let's see here. Go to my first slide. So kind of started getting into this a little bit, but here's our problem statement. Right-of-way cost estimates were being managed through a series of emails, checklists on OneNotes, manual processes, creating opportunities to streamline the intake, improve workflow connectivity, and reduce turnaround times. again, the turnaround times was the main pain point that we were trying to turn around. So our purpose, we really had like 3 things that we were trying to do. They were leveraging an outside tool. We wanted to pull that tool inside of NCDOT's house so they have full control over generating those costs. When I say control, I mean if things change, like if the multiplier changes from one year to the next, or if they had to change anything around maybe parcel costs or how they handle taking certain parcels, taking certain costs associated with the parcels, maybe differences in if something touches a building, it's a full take versus a partial take. They didn't want to just kind of send it over the wall and get a number back. They wanted to be able to look at each one of them project by project and parcel by parcel. So that's what I mean by bringing in full control, bringing it in-house. And they wanted to provide transparency, not only to how the costs were generated, but also to see, have users be able to see where their cost estimate was in the approval process. So we leverage Power BI dashboards for that, and I'll show you an example of that later. And then leverage the existing NCDOT data and software, GIS data, and then out of the box Power Platform software to really kind of build out their business processes. So here's a little then and now. I won't go through all of these, but I mentioned, then cost estimates generated externally, separate intakes for different stages of the project, inconsistent turnaround times. Now with the NCDOT having full control of the application, they can adjust it as needed and on the fly. It's a very easy application and it's very easy to adjust things in here. So if we get a request on Monday, they can have it out on Monday afternoon. A unified intake for all cost estimates throughout the life of the project, throughout the project process. GIS-driven automation, so really leveraging provided GIS data and provided GIS files and existing GIS data to generate the initial cost estimates that are then reviewed and approved by a subject matter expert. Everything kind of needs its own eyes on it, expert eyes. So benefits to this new preliminary tool. I'm focusing on the preliminary tool. There's 2 stages. There's 3 stages. The preliminary tool is the one that we really started leveraging GIS with first. So that's what I'm focusing on today. So we built out the tool and refined their business process at that early stage cost estimating, automating the calculations initially from a shapefile and easements. The proposed right-of-way shapefile and proposed easements shapefile to 2 separate files that come in into that tool as an attachment. We run it through and generate those costs that can get verified. We integrate it into the late stage tool intake form. So we had already generated a tool that was not GIS related. It was to refine their business process as a whole. The ones that come in kind of like at stage 2 of the project that have to actually get appraisals and estimators and boots on the ground. So we integrated this preliminary tool that leverages GIS into that business process so that the users, regardless of what stage of project they're in, they can use only one intake form or one intake location, and everything is in the same spot. So they're not looking at a bunch of different things. Things aren't getting generated in different ways depending on what you see and where you see it. So number 3, the proposed right-of-way polygon shapefile input requirement. So again, it used to be, hey, can I get a cost estimate for this project, project number 123 XYZ, and then the right-of-way unit had to go look that project up, figure out what needed to be done, figure out what stage it was, whether they needed to get estimators out there, they needed to run it through this tool that they had off-site to generate a cost. that was not transparent. They didn't know that there was no transparency in how the cost was generated. So proposing or having this new right-of-way shapefile requirement allowed us to leverage the GIS data that NCDOT had at their fingertips to generate these costs. And number 4, this is brief. It's verified cost estimate output. This is just to make sure that everything is verified by a subject matter expert. It was a big thing for them, for their business process, is to make sure everything was verified. But as it pertains to the tool itself, it's not that big of a step. So business process, I'll just kind of go through what we streamlined here for them. Streamlining the workflow. We gave them this one initial splash page so that everybody could look at one thing when they're looking to request a cost estimate. You see the screenshot over here. We've been able to reduce their turnaround times. We could give them an expected turnaround time, and we beat it almost every time. I think it's 30 days and 45 days based on the project stage, and 90 days if it's a really large project and the estimators have to get out there. I think for a preliminary, our average turnaround time is around 8 days right now. So it's 8 business days. So we could even refine this text to give them a more accurate and more aggressive turnaround time. But this committing to 30 days was something that was aggressive at the time. And after about 6 to 9 months of going through this tool being live, we're already beating that by 3 times. So we've aligned to their North Carolina business rules, PDN, aligning to the stages of the project. So everybody's kind of looking at standard language. And again, everything down here I've talked about before, transparent calculations, making sure everybody knows how the cost estimate is being generated, leveraging GIS data with the new GIS tool that we have created that's in-house so that we can automate the process, and then that SME validation to make sure that everything is validated and verified and can be signed off on. I threw a workflow diagram in here. Everybody kind of likes workflow diagram. So it shows you how simplistic this can be. And it really kind of shines a light on how many manual steps they were going through before they were able to just kind of refine their business process and leverage a tool to generate their cost estimates for them before validation. So all the data really gets stored in a GIS feature class, cost data, and all other parcel data and right-of-way data, acreage, percent acreage taken, et cetera, et cetera. This is all generated and stored in one feature class. The goal here is hopefully to just have everything goes through this process so that eventually it'll help create and maintain a statewide right-of-way layer if we can leverage that, because it'll all be in one spot. So the requested workflow, again, this single point entry, what you're seeing here is the intake form that we generated. We're leveraging SharePoint forms because it's public and can be open to anybody who needs to make that request. Sometimes they have people that are internal that need to make the request. Sometimes they have to have maybe MPOs and RPOs make it. Sometimes they need to have private engineering firms make this request on the project manager's behalf. That might not be an internal or an embedded member of NCDOT. That's why we're leveraging the SharePoint forms. So what you're seeing is that form over there, the shared intake form. So shared intake form and consistent data and shapefile submissions. So we're trying to make it as consistent as possible at each stage. A little bit of differences between each form just based on what's needed at each stage or what's not needed. So preliminary, you're not going to have as much information because you're not farther down in the process yet as into the project. So less information is really needed, but the format and a lot of the information that is requested on this intake form is going to be the same, preliminary and late stage. And the bottom here, full project visibility. North Carolina has different project IDs based on the stage of the project, and we're requiring those be entered into the intake form so that you can see how your cost estimate evolves throughout the life of the project. from preliminary to late stage, stage 1 to 2A to 2B, essentially. All right, so this is shapefile standards and resources. So what we've done is we understand that not everybody uses GIS, right? Especially not engineers and not designers. They're doing a lot of their work in CAD softwares with design files. So one of the things that needs to be done is the design file needs to be, you need to pull out the proposed right-of-way and the easements, and then you need to generate that shapefile from those layers in your design file. So what we did is we created a template for them so that they know what needs to go into that shapefile. We've identified the requirements that it needs to be exclusive, only the right-of-way, proposed right-of-way, and only the easements that are in there. We've also generated a kind of standards documentation that really outlines what needs to be or how to generate that file and how to get it into the correct format so it can be submitted. And then also down there at the bottom, we just as the right-of-way unit, as GFT, we're helping provide support to generate those shapefiles if needed. So here's the here's the GIS here. The next couple of slides is going to show you the tools that we built. There's 2 different tools. It's an ArcPro tool and an Experience Builder. This first tool here is the ArcGIS Pro tool that when a shapefile is submitted, we run it through this toolbox to generate the initial cost. So the requester submits that right-of-way polygon shapefile, and you see there that first bullet point, I say close right-of-way polygon shapefile. That's one of the reasons we went shapefile versus using a design file, because you're going to close the polygons; they have to be closed. So that avoids missing data and dirty data. So it really kind of validates itself. But we do run error handling there. And that second bullet point, run some error handling to validate the project inputs, and then we check them, or we overlay that onto the statewide parcel layer that's actually maintained on a county by county basis, and the building footprint. So that that I'll get into that a little later. There's 100 counties in North Carolina. Not everybody collects, maintains, stores, and outputs their data in the same way. So that's one of the reasons why they have that subject matter expert validation. So you have that proposed right-of-way shapefile come in. It overlays onto the parcel and building footprints. That helps generate that initial cost estimate. These are the inputs here on the tool top right. Bottom right is an example of what it looks like when it comes in. The tool calculates the things over here on the left: total parcel acreage, total parcel and land take costs, impacted acreage, remaining acreage, percent parcel. This is how we generate it. The percent of the parcel that's taken is the percent of the total parcel cost that gets put into that right-of-way cost estimate. And this tool outputs 3 things, or 3 layers in one output. It generates 3 layers and produces 1 output. So you get the project right-of-way boundary, the parcel sections that are impacted by the right-of-way, and the impacted acquisition parcels. So it takes out all the parcels that gets touched, and that kind of becomes your project area. And then you get an Excel spreadsheet of your output of your costs at the end. This is our second tool, subject matter expert review in the Experience Builder. So you see the 2 screenshots here. You have the Experience Builder dashboard up at the top, and you have kind of a parcel view at the bottom. So the right-of-way expert comes in here, and they can filter and search. They have high-level project information at the bottom. They have each parcel over there on the left, so they can select the parcel. You see it's a big project view. They can select the parcel and drill down and make their analysis, or provide their analysis there, and they can make changes. So they can override calculated right-of-way costs, and they can add additional costs such as the relocations, damages, and administrative adjustments that need to be applied. And once they go through parcel by parcel and make their changes, then that generates that spreadsheet that has a cover sheet, and then two other tabs, one that's kind of the one that's detailed, it's got everything in there, and one that's a little bit more of a summary view that just shows what they need to see, what the user needs to see. So here's a quick example of the output. Like I said, you have a cover sheet, summary view, and detailed view. That summary sheet gives you project information and high-level cost information. Summary view is where you see the main points of how the cost estimate was generated, and also allows the subject matter expert to put parcel notes in there on a parcel by parcel basis if things need to be
2 minutes,
updated or
Tom.
modified. Thank you. And then really the last thing I want to show is the dashboard that we created. So all the data that comes from the GIS tool and the intake form is managed leveraging Power Apps on the back end. The admin tool, that's something that I didn't show, but the admin tool helps get them through their process from point A to point Z, getting it to each person who has the next step in the process, and then that all gets relayed here on this dashboard so that we can stay transparent to the user, to the requester, of where their request is in the approval process. So you have a couple of different views. You have a list view and your detailed view. Your list view shows all the projects that are in there, your project ID, your spot ID, who requested it, due date, etc., and where it is in the process, that request status. Those are the different stages of the process we're in. In a detailed view, you dig in and you can see more project-related information. So here's a summary slide. I'll just leave up, but this is kind of what we were able to achieve for the North Carolina Department of Transportation and the right-of-way unit, leveraging this tool. So I guess pretty much all I got, Brendan, if you want to jump in. I know I'm at time.
Awesome. And we sincerely appreciate you gutting it out, even though you're not feeling well. You are now free to put your head on the pillow, but of course, have your headphones on and listen to the rest of the presentations.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you guys
Awesome.
for giving me the opportunity.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to let our next presenter, Alicia, start sharing her screen. I'm going to give you, we're going to wait maybe a minute or two because the other session is ending and I want them to see your whole presentation. So drink a sip. Okay. I'm letting my moderator know that they are to return.
Awesome. I'll just hold tight.
Don't worry, I'll give everybody your full time. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm not cutting your time. I'm just extending everything by a minute or two. Okay. Okay. Let me go ahead. They will start filtering in. And what is the title of your presentation? Is No Code, No Problem?
Yeah, for some reason it wasn't in the
Yeah,
agenda.
that's okay. I got it now, so I can properly introduce you. All right, let's. Yeah, 20 seconds, and they'll all be scooted back in here, whether they want to or not. Okay. All right. So welcome back, all of those of you who were in the breakout room for the last 3 sessions of the day. We just have one track. Our next presenter is Alicia Glassman from Blue Raster. The title of her presentation is No Code, No Problem, Building Engaging Public Mapping Applications with ArcGIS Experience Builder. I cannot wait. Take it away.
Cool, thank you. Also, if you were just in the breakout room, I know there was a different Experience Builder presentation before. This one's going to be a little bit more focused on design and sort of stretching what's available out of the box with Experience Builder, so hope I can keep you engaged. For those who I have not met, my name is Alicia Glassman. I'm an associate GIS analyst at Blue Raster. We are a small professional services GIS company based out of Arlington, Virginia, and we do pretty much everything that Esri offers as a product. I do a lot of work with configurable applications, including dashboards and experience builders, the latter of which will be my focus today. So you might be thinking, why do I need a public app? I just collect my data. If people need it, they can ask for it, whatever. I hear that a lot. I think part of it is that you can have a lot of fun with a public app, essentially. It's a great way to get the word out there about the work you're doing. And a lot of folks think that it has to be very templatized and that it's always going to have this sort of like Esri configurable application look. And I just want to reiterate that that really doesn't have to be the case. You can really customize these apps to fit in with your existing website, your organization's sort of branding. So you can see here, these are 4 applications that folks at Blue Raster have worked on. They span completely different types of work. One is sort of a theoretical, like situational analysis. One is asset management, maybe sharing housing information with the public. And at the bottom right is sort of my bread and butter of what I work on, which is a lot of public garden mapping applications. Plant people love to map all of their plant records, but then if they aren't sharing them publicly, nobody knows about their apps or the data that they collect. And so I think it's really helpful for further information sharing. So I'm just going to give you some tips on how to make your public apps look a little bit nicer. But as we know, every good mapping app starts with a map. So I'm going to go over some basic parts of the map viewer that you can use to make your map a little bit more engaging. And then I will do the thing they tell you not to do, which is go live into map viewer and show you how that actually looks in practice. So first of all, for symbology, this is going to be your high level information. GIS 101, communicate basic information on a map using color, size, symbols, etc. However, there are built-in color palettes for those of you that maybe just want quick solutions. I don't really care what my app looks like. I just need, I know these colors work together. I know they'll stand out against my background. But your organization probably has some form of logo or color palette or icons that you can use to make your map look a little bit more personalized. And I will show you how you can add your own icons to Map Viewer as well. But I think this is a really simple way that you can make your apps a little bit more customized. Next up are going to be pop-ups. That's sort of your next level of information, giving more individual asset information and context about your data. There is a basic text editor built into Map Viewer that you can still get some pretty good, nice looking pop-ups using. And I know I said that this was no code. Now I'm telling you that you can use code. I promise it's not scary. There are many, many examples from GIS users in the Esri community, but also Esri has a GitHub repository dedicated to basic arcade and HTML scripts for your web map pop-ups. And these are really just plug and play. You put in your assets information and then the rest, the code that's already written, does it for you. So now I'm going to go to Map Viewer and show you some of these things in practice. I'm using an example from the University of Pennsylvania's Morris Arboretum and Gardens. This is their Garden Explorer application, the underlying map. So you can see here, when we initially open the app, we have a very small number of things highlighted. This is another example of like good cartographic practice is for an interactive map, as you zoom in, you want to give people more and more information as they go in. Otherwise, your user could be bombarded very fast with a lot of things that are just going to be all jumbled. But going into the symbology side of things, so you can see here we have a field called symbol, but you can use, an existing asset attribute. And if you go into your style options and you see there's the list of the different values for that field, if you click in to change the symbol of one of them and then click up here, there's going to be, this one's just called vector point because it's custom. There is a drop-down list of existing points of interest. I use these just like generic points of interest all the time. But you can also go down here to uploaded symbols and upload PNGs, SVGs, JPEG, what have you, for image files. There are, if you have ones already, like icons, you could use those. But there's plenty of free resources online that only ask that you give them credit somewhere on your application, and you can use their icons for free. And I love using those. I think they're really awesome. And when it comes to pop-ups, I'll come over here. So for example, this is the basic text editor. It's really helpful for just having, if you just need, basic text, you can change your size and your color. You can do some HTML editing in here. All like if you're using Word, it's the same type of text editor. You can also use Arcade. This is a very simple arcade that I want to show that this isn't scary, I promise. This is for a button. And you can see here that I just copy and paste all of this across a bunch of different projects. I use buttons in a lot of pop-ups. There are some things you can customize if you're feeling like coding, but if you aren't, you really just have to replace the actual URL, what the name of that field in your data is. And then you'll have a nice little button, and you can find plenty of examples of that online. One other quick thing in the map viewer is a big pet peeve of mine, and I want people to know about, is that you can change the names of your fields to give them user-readable information. So I'm going to go to my plant centers here, and you can see all of these have very, very databasey names, but we have changed them all to be plain text so that the user can read them more easily. Also for values like years, another big pet peeve of mine, you are able to toggle off the 1000 separator. So sometimes you'll see data where it's written as 1,999 instead of 1999, which is not usually how we read years. So you can turn off that separator so it doesn't show up. And it's like little things like that that I think really make or break having a nice, well-designed functional application. All right. Moving on to the Experience Builder side of things, I'm going to once again go through a few quick concepts and then show you in practice. Splash screens. These are just for sharing information up top. You can, tell a user how to interact with your data, give them information about your organization, etc. You can also connect your pop-up to your splash screen to a button, so you can just allow a user to click it to reopen if they maybe forget how to do something in the app. Widgets, there are three main categories. There are your layout widgets. These are very, very helpful when you're working in an app that is going to be used by folks in the public because people are using different devices. I have a giant monitor right here that I use every day. Most folks are probably using something close to my laptop, but even my laptop is bigger than a lot of other screens of laptops that folks might have. Plus there are phones and tablets. It's a lot easier if you just put things in containers because then the app knows to scale the items based on the different screen sizes. You also have your map-centric widgets, which are going to be dealing more with your underlying map elements, and then your data-centric, which let you interact with your data. You can, search, filter, query, all those things. Pretty classic widget stuff. Other quick elements I will go over also. For theme, there have been big updates to Experience Builder. If you've used it before and not been impressed by how customizable the look is, I will show you that things have gotten a lot better recently. You can add Google Fonts, which might be the most exciting Esri update I've had in a long time. I was thrilled to learn it. And it really lets you take these apps to the next level in terms of customization. Favicons also another thing you can change. You know, when you open an Experience Builder in a tab and there's the little Experience Builder icon in the top left of your tab, you can change that to maybe like your organization's logo, and I'll show you where to do that as well. And that's just another nice little touch for customization. And then I won't go into this as much, but just wanted to throw it out there. URL parameters are a very helpful way to sort of guide your user, whether that be pre-selecting certain information, showing or hiding certain layers. If you're making a semi-public application where maybe some people do need to log in to see certain things, you can pre-configure that. Yeah, I don't have time to go over all of that in this, but just wanted to put it out there. If you were like, is this functionality possible? The answer is maybe. Look up URL parameters. Once again, there is documentation online, as well as great folks in the Esri community that are willing to help you. Cool. Now I'm once again going to pull up the Experience Builder backend. If you've never seen it before, once again, promise it's not scary, no coding involved. When you originally open the application, it will show you your window. That's going to be your splash screen. This one just has basic information about the application itself. It has links to maybe sign up for a garden membership, sign up for our newsletter, come to our events. Things like that are really great to put in the splash screen. And then also explicit instructions on how to interact with the app. Maybe you know I work, for example, an arboretum. And I know that maybe the average attendee is not going to be super technical and maybe doesn't know what all these symbols would mean. This is a great way to communicate that information up front and just allow them to have that resource so there's no ambiguity about how you want people to use your app. Coming into the actual application itself, you can see that I have some layout widgets here. There are sidebars here that are used as containers for all of our other tools. These are called sections. So they essentially let you have a bunch of different pages that are toggled through via buttons. So I can like click here and see my search, my filter. We have a survey and then also a legend. And all of these icons are being determined on the individual item. If you click, so if we go in here, you can see that there's the actual, you can like change the icon for the individual section. So that gives you some fun customization. You can also have columns. We have columns in all of these as well. I also have a widget controller on the map itself. That's sort of like in Web App Builder. If you've used that before, they have the like widget controller sort of set up. So we have things that we maybe don't want in the sidebar. We want folks always to be able to open, but it's a lot less space intensive. And it sort of indicates, hey, this is interacting with the map because it's on the map. Going over to symbology, if we come here to our little theme art palette button, you can see that there are a lot more color customization options. Here I have a primary and a secondary brand color. The rest of them you don't really need to touch unless you're feeling extra creative. But when we come to typography, I just have these on Avenir Next, which is a out-of-the-box Experience Builder font that you can add any Google font that you want to use in your headings or your body text in your Experience Builder. And that will become the automatic text, which allows for a lot of cohesion because it will make sure that all of your elements are using the same font. It also is good at doing like color cohesion. So for example, because I have that green set, when I add this search widget, I didn't have to tell it to make this search button this shade of green. It already knew to do that. And then these icons are also custom, so that's another place you can do some customization. If we click into the header here, we can see that there are icons set on these buttons, and there's just a little My Icon section where you can click and add new ones. So that's sort of a quick overview of the Experience Builder, stylization, customization things. Now going back to my slides again. Just some quick tips and tricks to close us out. I think I'm doing good on time. Yes, I am. Awesome. First is thinking about your target audience. Are they going to be using your app on a desktop or a mobile? most people do most internet things on their phones these days. So I tend to think of apps mobile first. I think about how a user who's out and about in the world is going to be using it on their phone. So that includes making sure you can configure the mobile view, which I didn't even have time to get to, but it uses the same basic principles. It's just you're working with less screen real estate. And then also, how familiar are your users with data and GIS in general? What do they know? What do they not know? How much freedom do you want to give them to interact with things versus how much do you want to hold their hand? That can be helpful when it comes to things like widgets. You can have a lot of things be already pre-configured or let them write their own queries. You can have a really instructive splash screen, or you can just let them have at it. And also some specific things I'd like to ensure that I have done on any apps I build. Make sure everything is shared correctly. If you're sharing a public app, make sure everything's shared publicly. This is an issue that you will run into more than you think, where things aren't actually shared publicly. Check the function on multiple screen sizes. You can do that with the developer tools in your browser. You can also do it. There are like browser extensions. And then just make sure that things are working on different screens. And then aligning your app with your theme. This is really helpful and very easy to do now with the increased theme customizations in Experience Builder, but I promise that it will make other folks really excited to look at your app, especially if you have other people in your organization who are maybe communications people. They will be thrilled when they find out that, hey, I made this app, and not only does it work and show my data, but it also fits in with our existing website. Folks love that. So highly recommend following some of these tips and tricks, as well as using some of the tools that I went through here. But that's it for me. I could talk about Experience Builder all day. So if you have any other questions, I'll be in the chat for a little bit, or feel free to email me.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Great job. Okay. Our next presenter is Gurmai Araya from New Light Technologies. Gurmai, do you want to share your screen?
That should work. Testing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I just need, are you going to share your screen?
Yes, I am. Just wanted to make sure it's all working here. Let me know if that's working, please.
It is working. There is that little URL. Yeah, you can hide that. There you go. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
The title of his presentation is Authoritative Address Management for Every Agency, How New Light Technologies ASRM platform leverages ArcGIS and service beyond it. So take it away, sir.
Thank you, Brandon. Good to talk to you. Good to be here at GeoMUG. Appreciate the opportunity. I'm also joined today by Martha Wells and Matthew Yerman from Spatial Focus. So they will be jumping in and giving context in a few slides here. We've been working together for quite a few years, 25 years to be exact. We partnered up here in DC back in 2001 through 2005, working on the DC's master address repository, address standardization strategy, and all of that. So Martha is here. Thank you, Martha. I think everybody knows Martha here, and Matthew as well from Spatial Focus. Yeah, so this is our history in a nutshell. Addresses are simple. All of us know what they are and where they are, right? And until you own it and manage it, and it becomes extremely complex. And wanted to have Martha talk about what beyond the technicalities, what addresses mean. And Martha and I have had many conversations, and I like her her angle on it's a almost you could consider it like a human right. So Martha.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I guess I come to this, from a lot of practice with a lot of local governments, and I'm sure some of you probably have seen this. Everybody's got address data, and we all use it because it's a way of making sense of our environment. It's the one piece of data that your citizens, your customers know. They don't know their account numbers and all that other stuff. They don't know their UUIDs or their lat longs or any of that. They just know their address. And what we find is that there are a lot of different ways addressing has been done historically at the local level, at the town or city level where one exists, if not at the county level, rarely anywhere else except for on federal and state lands where those levels of government have the authority to address their own stuff, so to speak. And that includes a lot of college campuses, prisons, parks, all kinds of federal facilities and so on. But what happens then is, how do we get control of all of this and how do we make it work and take it from what's out there on the ground to what's in-house? And the reason addresses work is because they're logically constructed. There's a system behind them. They are expressed in order. The numbers go up and down. We tend to separate even numbers from odd numbers. We often break 100 series of 100 numbers at the block, at the intersection. There's some sort of general practices, but there's also a wide variety of how that's been implemented on the ground across the United States. And we are also have been working in a lot of places that don't have addresses at all and have to start with getting names on streets, on defining where a street starts and ends, and what structures or buildings or objects they want to put addresses onto and how they want to lay that out. So there's the beginning level of architecture, there's capturing what's there and figuring out what system is in place or what systems, often it's more than one, and working with all of that. And like I say, the addresses are everywhere, but making them authoritative and making them the centerpiece within a local government is often more difficult than it looks to gather it all up. I like to say when we started working in Washington, D.C. many years ago, they had two main lists of street names. There were about 2,200 names on each one of those lists, but only 1,600 of them were common to both. And where those extra 700 or 800 came from on each list was sort of anybody's guess. That took us a while to untangle. That was before we even started looking at numbers. So figuring that out. But addresses are they're in everything that local government does and pretty much everything people do on a regular and daily basis. So, and yet most government agencies do not have a single source of address truth. And we see that expressed when, you know, somebody tears down the wrong building. They were supposed to get the one next door, but the addressing wasn't quite right. Street names get bangled, all those kind of things. So that's really where we're coming from as a starting point.
Yeah, and I think it's also a life and death situation. Most of you have heard of ambulances or fire trucks going to the wrong place, police and other authorities going to the wrong address. And so there's consequences to not having a unified address, a central address repository. And of course, everyone here who's working in local government and dealing with public safety and addressing, you know, right now we're dealing with a bunch of things coming together in terms of making that urgency even more, especially with the NG 911 requirements and compliance and so on. And so, Matt, do you want to add anything to this context?
Yeah, I think y'all are covering it pretty well so far. I mean, the big thing here is the consistency of applying whatever rules you want to apply. And from our perspective, having a central repository with the right tools and processes in place makes all of that easier. Mm-hmm. It means that you can have the system support your users by having restrictions on what can be put in. That will enforce the rules that your business processes demand. So you will not have, you can restrict the number of typos. If you have this properly installed, you'll have APIs that can reach out and share your addresses with your other systems so that users will no longer need to type as much and reduce errors in that way also.
And that saves time and money and reduces, as Matt says very clearly, reduces errors.
Yeah.
But and again, as we contextualize addressing here, am I getting an echo or am I okay, guys?
You
Yeah,
are.
it's
Let
a
me see
little,
if
little
somebody
echo.
unmuted themselves. Hang on.
That's fine. Yeah. So again, when we were dealing here in DC years ago and currently around the country, we're finding that we still have lingering multi-agency activity around address, authority around address. And so this is a kind of the scope we've come up with to give context to addressing. Yes, there are very many uses for addresses, from surveying to public works and public safety. And addresses shouldn't be derived from the consuming side. So we came up with this model years ago, and not just us, but the industry, that this is the way it should be. Address management should be a central authority. And so we've applied all these lessons learned over the years. In addition, obviously, a lot of work with the Esri team, putting the construct and capabilities into ArcGIS and ArcGIS server environments. So what we're going to talk about a little bit is our implementation. So taking all those lessons learned and deployments from the strategy all the way through deployment, we've designed and implemented a web UI that is both interacting with the ArcGIS server environment and or without it, so that it can connect to the central address repository programmatically through APIs or direct connects in several instances like we've deployed recently. And then, of course, the power users desktop extension that extends the ArcGIS address framework, the data model, as well as workflows, and tightens that up with various standards. And in this case, we're working with spatial focus. At least 3 of those 4 principles have worked on the FGDC standards to help us implement that. So on the power user side, we deployed across 6 agencies in single authority or multi-authority jurisdictions. And so we have deployed an ArcGIS Pro extension, the latest version at 3.3, where you are able to do granular address management and at the street center line, at the ranges, and even doing quality control with fishbone checks and so on. So this is what we've done more recently. An example that we're going to talk about for a few minutes, and I'd love for Martha and Matthew to talk about that, because a lot of the legwork that went into the data collection efforts, naming streets and so on, was done by Spatial Focus, and our part was deploying our ASRM platform on top of that on the desktop side, as well as the website. And the reason we went with the disconnected abstraction on our web interfaces, that a lot of places don't have either the capability to staff that don't have GIS backgrounds who are in charge of addresses, and or license limitations. So we were able to lower some of the entry points to licensing on the Esri stack. This is an example of a dashboard that any administrator can come in and get a good look at what's happening with addresses, for example. This is the web UI that we developed that sits on top of ArcGIS server, and it has all the full functionality for complete interfacing from creating street center lines, address ranges, actually editing and maintaining addresses both at the super user level and at the editor or at least viewer level from a authority team. And it's completely web-based without any ArcGIS server interface required, though it works on top of ArcGIS server. Yeah, you're able to go in and do granular address editing and management directly. And this is a deployment that we're doing right now with the US Virgin Islands. And so let me see if there's one more slide here. We're showing the modules that we deployed with ASRM that allow granular, not only editing and management of users, but actually getting the health checks on all the services that are deployed in a single implementation. So before we go there, Martha, you want to highlight anything about the USVI experience? I think you touched on that earlier, where you guys went out and collected addresses and put addresses on buildings.
Yeah, there was nothing to collect when we started. The project began with a strategic plan for how we were going to do it. A lot of work on the part of Spatial Focus in developing addressing systems and lining them up and so on. And what we found was a lot of the base data was in poor condition. About less than 30% of the roads were actually named before we started working on this project. And it's taken a long time for them, because of local procedures, to get those roads named, consistently. But once we did that, and once we had the schema laid out, we went out and placed addresses on buildings. As I'm sure you mostly know, the Virgin Islands are in a tropical climate, and so there's no leaf off season, and knowing where all the buildings are when you have as much foliage as you have in tropical conditions is impossible from any aerial surveying or imagery. So there were parts of it that we could look at, but most of it required field crews to go out and actually assign addresses. And by having the system embedded in the GIS and having a tool ready to work with that, we could look at what possible addresses were available for every location, assign the most appropriate one, let the building or property owner or the tenant know what address they'd been assigned by leaving a flyer for them. We were able to get that done, and the big portion of the field work was done in about 6 or 7 months with several crews. We used pretty much all local crews with a little bit of spatial focus supervision. So it's been an adventure. Most places in the mainland where we've worked, it's been, people have their addresses. We just have to capture them. In the Virgin Islands, we had to figure out what they were going to be and then put them on the ground.
And those are the U.S. Virgin Islands, not another country.
Correct.
Right.
And the one thing that sort of applies to both the USVI in this project, as well as generally for this sort of project, is the address reference system, which was developed from scratch for the U.S. Virgin Islands. That is a set of codified rules that I was referencing earlier. So when those rules are codified, they build the system with the rules within your database, and they're based on your local ordinances, your local best practices, i.e., which means like which side of the street has odds and evens, and so on. All that sort of stuff can be encoded into the ARS and become the set of rules that this system can help your users and developers and everybody, all the address users, reference and maintain with the system supporting that.
Right. One thing that the USVI and several areas, like in North Carolina, we're working with a jurisdiction that has multiple sub-jurisdictions with separate authority for addressing. And so the implementation that we've done there, as well as in the USVI, is where you get, in the USVI case, each island, there's a total of 4, with 3 of them that have actual addresses now, where they're treated as separate jurisdictions. And so our implementation is that you can have the same solution serve multiple jurisdictions. And maybe that's a complicated to talk about a little bit. Yeah.
And Raleigh and Wake County have a similar situation where they have multiple agencies referencing the same central database with geofencing for each jurisdiction to only be able to modify and edit their local stuff.
Yeah, that's what that's another one that is the Georgia, coastal Georgia area, for example, has a similar situation. So we then went on to develop an API that is abstracted enough for non-GIS access, but detailed enough for the power connectors, if you will. And so the central address repository is now fully enabled on the web for their internal use. This is not a public API outside of USBI domains, but can easily be switched over. And we'll talk about the use cases beyond the USBI later. I think this is something I wanted Martha and Matt to talk about. They do a lot of work with FGDC and have in the past. Yeah, it's just a slide that just highlight that it's not just compliance. It's actually how you develop and deploy your schema to begin with.
And at this point, the three top standards that are listed there, the MENA, the GIS data model, the FGDC standard, and the USPS Publication 28 are all supported by the Federal GIS, Federal Geographic Data Committee in a recent vote that they took. That they support all of them. There are a few places where there are some differences, and they're in the process of getting some crosswalks developed for that, which can be used as well. So it's coming along, and there's a lot of support for those standards.
And you guys are at 2 minutes.
Yep. Yeah. Again, we're doing that across the web and our users, and yeah, we wanted to leave the last couple minutes for any questions. We didn't want this to be just a product marketing. This is more about actual experience that we've been dealing with for the last several years in deploying address management. So, any questions? If not, you got our contact info there if you have any questions to follow on. And thank you so much for the GeoMUG committee for letting us present today.
All right, and thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
love sharing.
So our last presenter before our closing remarks, Jim Larrock and Chris Eby. Are you guys on, or at least one of you?
Hi, this is Chris.
This is Jim. I want to be there right now. Looks like a really good place. Okay, the title of their presentation is AI and GIS Prototypes, Assisted Map Editing and Intelligent Agents. Jim and Chris are from GFT. Take it away, guys.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be here with you today, wrapping up the presentations. Jim and I work for GFT, and we do a lot of work for various DOTs. I do a lot of work for the USDOT, and but I've also worked for PennDOT, DelDOT, and some other places. And Jim, you want to introduce yourself?
Yep, Jim LaRook, developer for, I guess, over 20 years now. Mostly do GS development for PennDOT, Pennsylvania, Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. That's it.
Yeah. So we're both developers, and with specialized in GIS integration and things like that. So that's kind of our background, and we're coming at this presentation with that technical knowledge, but we're going to kind of try and keep it very high level and show off a bunch of demos, which can sometimes not go well. We're just going to demo some prototypes, but we'll see. I just ask that you all be a little gracious with us if we have a little hiccup or two. But Jim and I have been using a lot of AI development tools in our day-to-day work, and we are starting to think through how this new world of generative AI, and when I'm talking about AI here, I'm talking about the ChatGPTs and Claudes and Geminis of the world here. These AI companies are building out tools to allow the rest of us to kind of build with it. And so we've been experimenting with that and seeing how we can integrate those things that are newly available into the kind of data and workflows that we're used to working with at DOTs. So, Jim, you want to go to the next slide?
Yep.
I think this is kind of a pretty interesting slide. It shows a graphic. It shows the time it took to get to 100 million users for all these different popular tech products. And so you can see that a lot of things that we think are huge every day took years and years till they got mass adoption. But with the exception of Threads, ChatGPT was the fastest thing. And I don't even know if you should count Threads because that was kind of shoved down our throats by Instagram and Facebook and Meta. So why is it so popular and so powerful? Well, I'm sure you've all used it, and I think it has a lot to do with, one, it's very knowledgeable and useful for a lot of things, but it's also very natural to interface with. You know, we had AI in the days of machine learning and things like that, and you had to have an advanced degree to really figure that stuff out. But with the generative AI models from OpenAI and Anthropic and others, it's all natural language interactions, which makes it so that anybody can use it. It's really gonna democratize access to a lot of things that have up until now required someone with GIS expertise or software development expertise or just database expertise to get to. Because with the right tools in place, the AI can get to all that same data and answer some of the same questions that currently require experts to do it. So we have two prototypes we're going to show. Jim's is nice and very visual, has a map. So I'm going to let him go first, and then I'll show my chatbot version.
Yep. So in the interest of time, I'm going to get right to it. This is a map I created just for demo purposes using the Esri ArcGIS Map SDK. It's set for Pennsylvania. Basically, that's where I live, but it can be configured for other states. It has your pretty standard tools like filtering and layer catalog and things. But what's different about it is it has this OpenAI chat editor down here. So I will demo that quickly. So let's see. I'm going to say, show me the bridges in Dauphin County. Let's just hope it works. So basically what's happening, it's making a request that goes out to the OpenAI API, and it's generating a map JSON and bringing it back, and then using it to display on the map here. So we've got a starting point here, and that looks like Dauphin County, and those are all those points are the bridges. I'm going to get a little bit, I'm going to change it up a little bit, and I'm going to copy paste just so you don't have to see me type here. I'm going to type in, change the bridge color to navy and label the year the bridge was built. So we'll see if how it does with that. Just the nature of AI tools, like sometimes you can try the same exact prompt and it won't give you the exact same thing, but it looks like it worked pretty well there. Yeah, we have now the bridge color is navy, which we wanted, and it's also labeling the year that the bridge was built as well. So I'm going to get a little cuter here and say filter the bridges. Only show bridges built before 1926. Keep the colors. So basically, I'm trying to show all the old bridges in Dauphin County. Get a reduced list here of bridges or view of bridges. It looks like it worked pretty well. So now we have a reduced set, and you can kind of see here. I'm going to show the map JSON of what's being generated here, and you can kind of see that the county code is being automatically put in there. All this map JSON that's being generated here is all AI generated. I could go in here and change it if I wanted to, if you know what you're doing. So we're not really getting rid of like the conventional mapping tools that we might be using. I'm going to change it to Cumberland County just to show that this still works. But we can use AI tools like this just to really get a starting point of map. And I think as users, get more used to these tools, they're going to want chat interfaces to create their maps and things. And let's see if I want to get maybe one more demo here, and then Chris. I'm going to try to add a municipality layer for Lancaster County. Sometimes it gets a little confused when you try to change counties on you. And you can kind of see here, there's a model drop down here. I'm using one of the cheaper models. Okay, so it kind of worked. You know, it switched my bridges over to Lancaster County, which I didn't want. Let me see if I can turn that on. But it did do what I wanted to do. I wanted to label the municipality layer in Lancaster County, so that looks pretty good. I added like undo, redo buttons just so if it does something I don't want it to do, I can go back and forth. And so what I was saying about the models is you can use a more expensive model, but sometimes it costs a little more. It might take a little longer, but sometimes it can be better. It just takes some experimenting. And I think that's all I wanted to show. Chris, is there anything I wanted that I left out that you think I should mention?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think, you know, I traditionally think about like we were just seeing demos of Experience Builder and things like that, and they seem very simple to us GIS pros, but they still require some knowledge of like what a layer is and like how to turn layers on and off and all that sort of thing. And that although it's pretty basic, also is not universal knowledge. You have to kind of be taught that. Whereas with this, where you're just like, I want a map that shows me all the bridges. Like my 6-year-old could make that map. You know, it's much more intuitive interface to making the maps themselves. And you can still have all the advanced layer lists and filters and things that you want for your power users as well.
Right, like before you had to know like what I guess that's a good example, but some of these county codes and things, you have to know what they are, or you just use the chat interface and you can just type in the name, you know, figure out which county code you want, what the fields names are, you don't have to spell them correctly. It'll just work. And they're only going to get better, these tools.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty exciting, kind of fun to play around with.
All right. So that uses just the APIs available from OpenAI. And so that relies a lot on their infrastructure to run. I'm going to show a different prototype. All right. You can all see my screen? Yeah. Okay. So this is a chatbot interface, kind of like the chat GPTs of the world that we're all co-pilots that we're all used to. But it's running on a site that I'm hosting myself, and it's running against an agent that I'm also hosting myself using Microsoft Azure's Foundry product. Foundry is a subset of Azure that lets you set up, you pick a model and you can kind of set up your own agent and send questions to it and have it be able to respond to it. So none of what I'm touching, although I am using an OpenAI model, is kind of hosted on Microsoft servers and nothing's going to OpenAI whenever I'm using it. So I'm going to ask it a question here. This is configured to look at some of the open data available from the Minnesota DOT. So I'm going to ask you one of my pre-selected questions here about the top 10 traffic segments in a county in Minnesota. And this one takes a little bit to think about it, because unlike if you were to ask this question to ChatGPT, ChatGPT is going to maybe go out and search the internet and try and find some web pages that talk about this and then summarize that. Or maybe it'll just try and guess based on its internal training data. Neither of those are really acceptable for a professional environment in most cases, because you really want your AI to answer based off of your verified authoritative agency data. And so what I have built in conjunction with this agent is what's called an MCP server. MCP stands for Model Context Protocol. And it's a newer thing that has come along. It's widely supported by all of the AI companies. But yeah, it's my best analogy, if you're technical and know APIs, my best analogy is it's like an API for AI agents. It basically is like a bunch of software functions that come with like a natural language description of what that function does. And the AIs can invoke that function and get data back and use it for whatever they're trying to do. So I have in my MCP server, I have a tool. They're called, each function is called a tool. I have a tool that will get me the county ID for a county name. And I also have a tool that will get me the traffic segments when it's given a county ID. So when I ask this question, the AI agent is going and looking at all the tools it has available, and it says, oh, I see I have a tool that gets me a county ID, and I see I have another tool that gets me traffic if I give it a county ID, and it is intelligent and knows, okay, so if I want to get to the answer of the top 10 traffic segments in Hennepin County, then I need to invoke these two tools in sequence, and then look at the data that I get back from that, summarize it, and return it back to human. So the MCP server is a really powerful thing. I think if you're not familiar with that, this is a way that we can unlock AI access to our data. And more than just kind of, sometimes you'll maybe copy and paste the document into an AI chatbot or something and give it some of that information. But this allows the AI to kind of go out and get the information it needs on its own, and it controls access to it. So you know that the AI is only accessing the information that you want it to access, and that it's doing so in a secure way. You know that maybe the person who's logged into the chatbot doesn't have access to this data, and so you can, put authorization on the MCP server so that when they're using the chatbot, they can only get to certain data, whereas someone with more access can get to all the data set. You can also even allow, using MCP, allow the agents to make changes to data. I think probably we'll see a lot more adoption of read-only MCP servers first. As agents get more intelligent and we want them to actually update things for us, you might ask it a question and then say, oh, that's not right, please change that. And then the AI can go into the database and fix it for you. So this is the response it gave me, and I'm going to ask it a follow-up question because, it's a normal chat interface, so you can have conversations with it. So I'm going to say, tell me more about that route. And it'll go out and it'll try and look at all the tools available to it to get any information about that route ID and tell me. Didn't have a responsible agency listed, but did have a schedule type along with the ADT and a location description and a little bit easier to read. So you can build these MCP servers. They're just like custom API applications and can be built to connect to any of your databases or existing software systems. Let's see. I want to take just a few minutes here and kind of show what that Microsoft Foundry agent looks like on the back end. This is my agent here, the MnDOT agent, and you can select various models for it. I'm using GPT 4.1, but you can see there's another list of popular models. And Microsoft Foundry has a ton of models for you to pick from. And you can choose models that are smarter and more expensive, models that are faster and cheaper, depending on the needs of your organization. Some models can recognize images, some can't, that sort of a thing. They have the models from OpenAI, from Anthropic, all the open source models, and they don't have Google's models though. So I have seen the Google Cloud platform has very similar competing tool to this. You can see here I have this tools. It shows that there's a connection to my m.mcp server. So that's how the agent knows that it can use those tools, because I've connected it here. And I want to show you the traces here because all of my chats are logged, and you can see the conversation and see what happened during that conversation. So that question I just asked, you can see it made 2 calls. It called that get ADT and that get traffic segments. And you can see all of the back and forth data that was being made as it made those calls. Let's see. What do you think, Jim? Did I cover everything?
I think so. I think we're almost at time, so we should leave time for questions.
Yeah. I like having time for discussion.
You guys have a couple minutes if you want to, and there isn't somebody necessarily directly behind you, so that is the bonus of this spot. So if anybody,
Yeah.
does anybody have any questions for our
I
presenter?
see one in here for Jim, I think. What's the cost associated with AI map generation? Per token or prompt, or an overall subscription? As far as the different models that were available to choose from.
Yeah, so it hasn't been much. Like it's basically it's a token cost, so it's basically how much information am I sending up to the OpenAI API. So it's really up to you how much. The more prompt and more model information you send up to it, but more expensive it'll be. But I've been playing around with this for a couple weeks now, and I'm still like under $10. I haven't really spent that much. It's just like my own personal project, so it's not that expensive right now. Now, I think when you choose the more expensive models, you might be getting like double, triple, quadruple the cost. So far it hasn't been too much, but obviously they're trying to get us hooked, so they keep the cost low. Then they'll probably jack up the prices later, but so far it's been really low. I have not gone broke yet.
Any other questions?
I do know if you go out to the chat or the OpenAI API, it'll tell you how many tokens and the cost per request. Right now I'm on a cost per request plan. I'm not paying a monthly plan.
I thought of one more thing. One of the cool things about Foundry is that you can publish to Teams and Microsoft 365 Copilot. So once you have an agent set up here, then here's my Microsoft Teams. I can have like this NCDOT bot that's available right within Teams, and anybody in my organization can add it and start using it to ask questions about the NCDOT data. I actually have this bot disabled right now, so I can't ask it a question. But I think it just shows like you don't even need your own dedicated website to create some of this stuff. You can build it and then put it in the place where everybody already is using it.
Cool. Well, thank you guys again. And thank all of the presenters. We can do a virtual set of clapping for all of our presenters today. Everybody did an outstanding job and was well prepared. Gave us lots of good content. So kudos to everybody. At this time, unless anybody has anything else, I'm going to turn it over to Errol Dufour to kind of take us home and lead us with some closing remarks. And if you haven't, is the link still open to vote?
Yeah, I think it is, right,
Yep.
Brian?
Brian just posted it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
It is. It's ready to go.
Yep. Please
Yeah.
vote.
Yes, please vote. Yes. Yeah, so I just wanted to basically echo what Brendan said. I just want to thanks to all of our presenters today. Thank you to Esri, Rachel Weeden for providing our plenary session. I thought that presentations were informative. They garnered some discussions there, and we're just thankful for everybody that took time out to put together presentations and to present this forum. So thank you to all of our presenters, attendees too. We thank all of you who took your time out to sit and to collaborate, with your industry peers. So we are very thankful for all of you. So we do appreciate that. Appreciate our sponsors and our local partners. We can't do this without our sponsors. So we're very thankful for their support, and we just look forward to continued partnership with our sponsors, and anybody else who would like to become a sponsor. Please, you can contact myself, Brendan, Sue, Brian Lee, anybody that's on the board. If you had taken a picture of the slide deck that we had this morning from the opening remarks from Scott Howe, you can contact any of those folks, and Brian Lee will follow up with you, our treasurer, to kind of make that connection. So I also want to thank our GeoMUG board, because we can't do this without that legwork. So thank you to Sue, thank you to Katie, Brendan, for you to leading the efforts today. We appreciate that. Brian, Daniel, Will, Devashish, we all pulled together and made this possible. So it was a very collaborative effort, and we worked very well as a team. So again, if you'd like to join the GeoMUG, please reach out. We're always looking for folks to join our board. You could join as an at-large capacity. You can just kind of help out as needed. And remember, we are looking for a president to preside over our board. So if you have interest in this position, please reach out to us, and we will kind of discuss and confer over it. And but we are looking for a president for on the GeoMUG board. And also, don't forget to vote if you haven't done so already. I think that Brian dropped the link in the chat. So if you have a little time to do that, please go ahead and vote. Or if you have a name of somebody you'd like to write in, please do so at this time. Looking forward, our fall, usually we do a fall meeting in person, and that fall meeting will occur, we're thinking somewhere about December. So it'll be a late fall meeting, and that will be in DC. So we're looking to have that here in DC, and maybe Brendan might talk to that a little bit, have him hop on, talk to that. But yeah, I just want to end with just an ode of thanks to everybody involved and everybody who could present and attend. So thank you. And Brendan, if you wanted to give a
Sure,
quick
I
close.
can talk a little bit to the
Yeah.
DC thing, because
Yep.
I'm sort of the instigator. I work near Union Station in a building that was gutted and is brand new inside and includes a conference center on the first floor. And I've gotten approval. We're just working on a date. So for those of you getting here, it's really easy. You come to Union Station. So either out of town or via metro, you can get here really easy, walking distance. And like I said, targeting late November, early December, but the board and our partners will make the final decision.
Yep. Anything else I missed from any of the other officers before we close? I think that's it. So, yeah, thanks everybody. I hope you all have a good weekend and take care.
Thank you.
Bye all.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.